where we've got a lot of people saying new oil and gas equals death. No idea what's going on here. I'll just ask this young man. What's going on here?
Hello, my name's Pete Knapp and I'm an air quality scientist. We're all scientists here, and my government's job is to keep me safe. And this government department's responsible for choosing between fossil fuels or a livable planet, and they're choosing fossil fuels. I'm a scientist and the science is clear: no new fossil fuel investment. The Prime Minister asked for a climate pass with the war in Ukraine. This is not how science works. We don't have a tranquil period to cut fossil fuels. We will only see things get worse from now on. We must quit our fossil fuel addiction.
Right, and you've got quite a lot of scientists here today, and you're obviously here. You're talking about oil, gas, and what's going on here. This building here is the Department of Energy, Business, Energy, and Industrial Strategy. And these are the guys who make key decisions.
Yep, these are the guys who make the key decisions.
Yeah.
They've had the opportunity to choose how we invest.
Yeah.
And how we get our energy.
Yeah.
Rather than scaling up renewables as they should.
Yeah.
They're considering opening up new gas fields.
Yeah.
And we don't have the opportunity for that. And new oil and gas equals death.
There you go. Well, very well. So there's quite a lot of scientists here. It's like, this is unbelievable. This is like, double the amount that was in Shell last week. So like, it seems like the scientific community are growing and growing and growing in this urgent call, calling out the government and governments here and around the world to like literally act now.
That's right.
Yeah.
There's a big mixture of scientists here. We've got astrophysicists, we've got climate scientists.
Yeah.
I work in air quality. We have microbiologists.
Yeah.
We have all sorts. I mean, you'll speak to them later on, but
yeah.
It's we are so deeply concerned.
I'm not surprised. I'm sorry. Okay, great. So I'm going to come back to you. I was going to get my setup. I was just, just coming here. I saw the smoke, so I came running to see what was going on. All right. So, in case you're just joining us, we are in front of the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy in Victoria Street in central London. So, just going to have. Do you want a quick word? It looks like. Are you glued on?
Yeah, indeed.
You're glued on as well. Look at this, glued on. There we go. What's your name?
My name's Stuart Capstick.
Do you want to just hold that? Or you got a spare hand?
I've got a spare unglued hand.
Just hold that and just talk normally. And when you do that, I'm going to sort myself out.
Okay, the police are just arriving. So so my name's Stuart Capstick. I've been working on climate change research for about 15 years now. I have a PhD in societal responses to climate change. And the reason I'm here outside Bays is because the government is failing in its duty to act on the climate emergency. We had the IPCC report at the beginning of last week, one of the most authoritative pieces of work on the climate emergency, and that said that we cannot have new fossil fuel infrastructure if we're to avoid dangerous climate change. A few days later, this department announced it would be issuing new licenses for extraction. And so what the government's doing is wrong, it's dangerous, and that's why we're here as scientists outside Bays.
So you've got a pretty good grip and understanding of the climate science then?
Yes, I would say I have. Yeah, I've been working in the field for quite some time now. Yeah.
Are you now part of like any of these like submissions to the government on information about climate change, or what's your role in it?
I mean, I do academic research, so I publish papers, I do empirical research. I have made various submissions to the government, various inquiries about how to respond to climate change, aviation, things like that. So,
so you know what you're talking about.
I think I know what I'm talking about. Yes, and I know what I'm talking about is when I say that we're not being listened to. The scientists are not being listened to.
Yeah. Okay, great. So what was your name again?
Stuart Capstick.
Stuart Capstick. And have you got like a PhD in something?
I do.
Clever?
Yes. So I am Dr. Stuart Capstick to give myself my full title. Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing. And what's your PhD in? What's your?
It's PhD in psychology, but it's essentially about public understanding of climate change, public opinion, perceptions, that sort of thing. So
yeah. For sure. Okay. I'm just trying to sort my bag out here at the same time.
Fair enough.
Great stuff. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Pat around and I'll come back to you guys. So yeah, just in case you're just joining us, we're in front of the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. We are joined by lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of scientists. It's actually unbelievable the turnout of scientists, and also getting joined by, as you can imagine, lots and lots and lots and lots of police. So yeah, it's quite a scenes going on here. It's going to spin around again. So this is all on the back of the latest IPCC report. Actually, not even on the back of this. This is on the back of 40 years of research knowing that the climate is changing. And now all the scientists are feeling there's nothing left for them to do except to take direct action. So we've got quite a lot of scientists actually glued on. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 scientists here glued on. We've got more of the information plastered to the walls here. Got some recognisable doctors here. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 scientists all stuck on. There we go. And then we've got support here. How you doing? There we go. Nice smiling faces. So this is quite a turnout today from scientists.
Yeah, it's looking good. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you were like phoning around all your friends?
Yeah, it's been really nice to get to know these people better. They're all really inspiring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the risks everyone's taking. It feels really positive to be taking action together.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. How are you doing?
Hello again.
Here we go. It's a little bit like I don't know what kind of meeting. It's good seeing you again.
Yeah, good to see you too.
So what's your name, and are you a scientist?
Yeah, I'm Lucy Hogarth and I'm an astrophysicist at UCL.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, and I saw you last week in front of Shell.
Yeah.
And now you're in front of the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. Why and what's going on?
Well, we're here today because the government has consistently broken the contract, the social contract that governments have with scientists, that they act when we give them the science. And they have ignored the science for decades, since before I was born. So we're here today to give them a reminder of the science by pasting some of it on their building, and also to show that if they're not going to inform the public about how real of an emergency is, we will.
Yeah, very good, very good. And literally, I don't know, you got 8 scientists glued on,
Yeah.
which is quite powerful, really.
It is. One of the main reasons I wanted to be here today was to support my amazing friends who've decided to do this today, and
Yeah.
they are so brave and such an inspiration.
Amazing, amazing. Keep up the good work. I go. You're a scientist. I've talked to you before. What's your name?
I'm Alex.
Alex, and
I study cancer biology.
Okay, so again, you know what you're talking about when it comes to lots of clever stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is the department that's closest to us as like scientists, right? And they've recently put out energy strategy, which includes increasing the burning of fossil fuels, and this is days after the UN Secretary General said that countries that are increasing burning of fossil fuels are dangerous radicals. Right, that's our government are dangerous radicals, and this is terrifying. They're lying to us about it as well, right? Another thing the UN Secretary General said was that we need social movements that are impossible to ignore, right? So if there's any scientists watching this, like, we need you right now. We need to build a movement to put pressure on government as soon as we possibly can.
Yeah, wow, amazing. And this is such a turnout from scientists. It's like it's quite phenomenal. I got a lot to talk to. Keep up the good work. Are you a scientist as well?
Yes, hi, I'm James. I'm a PhD student.
In what?
Renewable energy and meteorology.
Okay, renewable energy. So and meteorology. Okay, so you know what you're talking about as well. So what brings you in front of the business, energy, industrial strategy?
The government is simply refusing to end new fossil fuel extraction projects.
Yeah.
And the International Energy Agency, the director, Fatih Birol, said that we need to end fossil fuel investments now, this year. And he said that in 2021.
Yeah.
It's no longer 2021. We should have been ending it last year. For the government to continue investing this year and to continue planning more and more extraction into the future is insanity. We have to stop.
Very, very good. I think I could spend like hours talking to everybody here. I want to shoot through as many people as possible. So just a reminder, if you're just joining us, we are in central London in Victoria Street in front of the Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. I'm just talking to scientists here. These are not people just dressed up in lab coats. This guy looks pretty smart. What's your name?
Morning, I'm Dr. Charlie Gardner. I'm a conservation scientist.
I think I recognise you from in front of the Shell building last week.
We may have met last week on our last scientist action, yeah.
Yeah. So is this the new trend that like it seems like scientists taking to the streets?
Well, we are in a planetary emergency, and scientists have been doing what we thought was necessary for decades. We thought that to solve the problem, we needed to understand the problem, we needed information. And we've provided that information, the science is clear. But actors like the UK government, the Department of Energy behind me, are ignoring the science. They are putting in place policies to continue and expand fossil fuel production instead of immediately shutting it down, as we need to do. These policies are going to lead to the destruction of everything. And obviously, as people that have a deep knowledge of what will happen as well to these policies, we're obliged. I feel a moral obligation to just try and do something about it. Yeah. We have a whole world to try and save, and I can't just sit by and not do it.
Wow. And this is quite phenomenal. Like Shell last week, I think it was like 10 or 12. Now we've got 8 glued on, and we've got like a front line of like another 10, 12 scientists. So like it almost seems like the scientific community are building around this.
Our scientific, our academic activist movement is growing very, very rapidly. Scientists for Extinction Rebellion was only formed in October 2019. There is another group that took action on Wednesday, Scientist Rebellion, that is growing very rapidly around the world. So this uprising of scientists isn't just a British phenomenon. This isn't just in UK where this is happening. Last week we had scientists taking action in 28 countries simultaneously, risking arrest in 28 countries. Yeah. So there is this growing feeling throughout the world of research and academia that simply providing information isn't enough anymore. It's an emergency. We have to act like it's an emergency.
Wow. Well, there you go. I think you've said it. I'm going to just fly through. There's a lot of people to chat with.
Nice chatting.
Nice talking to you, Doctor. There we go. So I'm just going to zoom out, give you a bird's eye view of what's going on here. So this is Victoria Street. This is the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. This is where they come out of lots of reports, and we're just hearing there from one of the scientists that the reports that they're producing and the laws that they're putting in place is actually increasing the amount of fossil fuels, greenhouse gases that is getting emitted into this country from the United Kingdom, and this has pretty much got to stop. Big massive sign saying end fossil fuels now. The police have arrived. They're talking to each individual scientist who are glued on. There was quite a few more police here. They've left. Let's have a chat with this guy. He looks pretty smart. What's your name?
Hi there. I'm Dr. Louis Keel.
Dr. what?
Dr. Louis Keel.
Louis Keel. And what are you a doctor of?
I'm a doctor of experimental physics.
Experimental physics, right? That sounds really clever. So like particles and atoms and that kind of stuff, or?
Well, particles and atoms are involved, but I was more foams and emulsions specialist, which is a fairly niche area of physics. But for the past couple of years, I've been focused more on activism and learning as much as I can about the communication of climate science to people and convincing people about the emergency that we're facing.
So we pretty much got like with all the scientific reports coming out, like plethora, like even NASA and NOAA, IPCC, it's like so we're getting like tens of thousands of like scientific reports and papers and everything, and they're pretty much all saying the same thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And now it's gone from writing reports to coming to the streets.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And what this is part of a general theme of is we need to actually act like this crisis is real, both as a society and as individuals. And in the case of a scientist like myself, that means taking non-violent direct action to show that this is as real as it gets, that this threat is incalculably urgent. This is the most urgent threat that the human race has ever seen, and it would be insane for us to keep going as usual. But there's so many battles that we have to face with human psychology and with vested interests, which make it very difficult to deviate from our current path. And things like this, things like showing with our actions, and these brave people putting their bodies and their liberty on the line, showing that it's real, this is what we need. And this is what we're asking of the rest of the scientific community as well, to step up and show people, not just with numbers and figures and publications that none of the public will ever read, but with our actions, with our emotions, with our feelings, and with our real life dedication to preventing us choosing this crazy path.
Amazing. Well, yeah, listen, look, keep up the good work, both inside the lab and on the streets. It's really powerful, that fact that we're actually seeing now scientists rebelling.
Thank you very much.
So, and I'd like to know a little bit more about some of those big words you were saying some of the time. There you go. Lesson in science. Hi, how you doing? What's your name? And are you a scientist?
I am a scientist. My name is Lynn.
Lynn?
Yes.
And, what are you a scientist of?
So I work on better treatments for children with cancer.
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
I don't want to get this dirty. Okay. So obviously, I think you prefer to be doing the work, very important work that you're actually doing on cancer research, than actually standing out in front of a governmental building.
I very much would be. I was in the lab yesterday. I will be in the lab tomorrow. Yeah. I will be in the lab the next day. The issue for me is one of conscience. I do the work I do because I think it's valuable to our community, to our society. But when I'm working on treatments for children and I see that their future is on fire and in the dustbin, and instead of putting that fire out and working together, our government is increasing the fuel to that fire by saying we're going to release more licenses for North Sea oil and gas drilling. That's an act of madness.
Yeah.
And what is the point of me working on helping children if that's their future? It's very frustrating, and so I decided it was time to step up and speak out.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm here today.
That's amazing. And if you have any message to give the scientific community?
We need more of us. We need more of everyone, okay, to be fair, because it needs a lot of people. We all know the science is telling us that we have to stop. We need to change this story. So we need more of my fellow scientists to come out here and to step up and speak out. But we do need more of everyone. But we have a position that we can, support this and really speak out. So that's why I'm here.
Amazing. Well, Doctor, keep up the good work. Thank you. In both fields.
Thank you.
In both fields. Thank you. There we go. You're next in line. So just 1 second here. Just to give you a quick update in case you're just watching. We're in front of the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, where a very large group of scientists are protesting at the inaction by this government and also by this department, the failure of the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy to put in place the long-term policies and laws that are needed to actually tackle this climate emergency. And we've got 8 scientists who are glued onto the windows, and the windows are also covered in scientific papers. So I'm just going down having a chat with all the different scientists in the front line. Do you want to have a quick chat with me? What's your name?
That's fine. Hi, my name's Dr. Stephanie Williamson.
Stephanie Williamson. So Dr. Williamson, what are you a doctor of?
Well, I'm an ecologist, entomologist, which is the study of insects.
Wow.
And I work in sustainable agriculture and safer ways to manage pests and diseases without using pesticides.
So like neonicotates and glyphosates and all those nasty stuff.
To all those,
No, very good, very good. And ecology, we're pretty much losing our insects, we're losing our pollinators, we're destroying our biosphere, we're destroying our oceans. You must be churning every night in bed.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the reasons why I got involved in this movement, was seeing the scientific evidence on the rapid loss of all kinds of different insects, those tiny little creatures that are often invisible under our feet in the soil, but without which we cannot survive as humanity.
Yeah. So apparently we've only got like 50 or 60 harvests left before we destroy all the nutrients in the soils, and we're creating deserts with our soils and all this really nasty stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And we know the solutions. There are very good, proven agroecological solutions that we can start putting into practice now that can deliver good quality yields, high quality food. So there's, we know what we need to do. It's what is lacking is government action, government funding to really change around the way we do our food and farming. And then, the reason I'm here today is actually the focus on fossil fuels and the need to completely stop our addiction to fossil fuels. I mean, this week we had the most serious call yet from the International Panel on Climate Change, a desperate call saying we've got to really, really change the way that we use energy. And what's our government doing? The very same week they've announced in their latest energy supply plans they're actually going to put more into more oil and more gas. That totally flies against the face of all the scientific evidence, all the recommendations, the urgent warnings coming out of the science. So I'm here to say, not in my name. What we need to be doing is going all out for renewable energy systems. That will also have benefits of creating loads of jobs and helping us tackle the fuel poverty that's really affecting so many households in the UK.
Wow, amazing. Very well said, very, very powerful. I was going to go and chat to a couple of more people. Just one quick last question. What do your friends and family think of you, taking action?
They are pretty much supportive. Yeah. I mean, for every, I don't know, how many of us there today? 30? There are, hundreds, thousands of people who support us. If you look at the polls, some of the recent polling shows something like 70% of the British population want the government to really invest in renewables.
Amazing. Thank you, Doctor. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
So really powerful conversations here with the different doctors, scientists, all here for very strong reasons. How you doing? You okay to have a chat? Yeah, you're having just a little bit of a break there under the watchful eye of the Metropolitan Police.
I'm just so angry and sad about what's happening, but I'm comfortable doing this.
And I thank you for doing it.
Thank you.
Doctor.
Hello.
I'll start off the basics. Are you a scientist?
I'm a scientist. Everybody here in a lab coat is a scientist.
What's your name?
My name's Dr. Aaron Thierry.
And what are you a scientist of?
I'm an ecologist by training.
Yeah.
So I study ecosystems and how they respond to changes in the environment.
Yeah. And did you ever think while you were studying and doing all your degrees and sitting in the dark for years and years on end, and then in labs, that you'd actually end up having to stick yourself to a window of a governmental department?
Of course not. No. I mean, in any sane world, in any rational world, this wouldn't be needed.
Yeah.
But the problem is that the government is acting in an insane way. And so we're forced to take these extreme measures in order to try and wake the system up to the realities that the science is telling us. Because the system is just maintaining business as usual, gradually destroying the future. And we've got to stop that. And if that means putting our bodies on the line, then I guess that's what it's going to have to take.
Yeah. Wow. And it's really powerful, the fact that there's actually so many scientists here today, taking part in this. And, we got eight all glued onto the window, knowing that you'll most likely probably get arrested, and it might have consequences in your jobs and your relationships and everything.
But it's that important, right? It's that important. What we're talking about here is the mass death of hundreds of millions of people from government's inaction. Actually, it's not even government inaction, it's government action in the wrong direction. The governments are continuing to invest more in fossil fuels. We're putting all the science up here because this is what the science is telling us. We've got these scientific reports that have been published from meticulous studies over decades, which are telling us that we have to stop burning fossil fuels. And yet the government has just announced it's going to expand oil and gas production in the North Sea. It's completely inconsistent. They talk all this good talk about being world leaders and climate leaders, right? Well, but Boris Johnson's just asked for a climate pass. That's not leadership.
And to the viewers, a climate pass is basically saying, oh, actually, we're going to stop anything to do with the climate. In fact, we're actually going to start burning more oil and gas.
Exactly. I mean, it's like you can't negotiate with physics, right?
Yeah.
Like there's laws of nature. Those can't change. Our laws can change. You know, we can change the law to start regulating the decline of the fossil fuel industry and the upscaling of alternative renewable energies, which we have plenty of, and the science has been done there as well. We have all the alternatives we need. The reason we're not acting is not because there isn't an alternative to deploy, ready to go. It's because the government's, I think, in the pocket of vested interests.
Yeah.
You know, it's political corruption.
Yeah.
And unless we challenge that, we're going to just keep making these horrendous decisions.
Yeah.
So we need people to really come together, organise, in order to challenge this insane system. And that's going to take people power, because that's the only kind of power that can stand up to the power of these vested interests.
Yeah.
So I really invite anybody watching this who's not already involved, you know, step up, be part of the change, come along and join us.
Yeah.
You know, because what else is there to do? We're about to lose everything.
Very well said. So let's go. Sort this out for 1 second. Sorry, my backpack. And I know, just following on from, we had a very long conversation, like 10 hours in the Science Museum, and the fact then that we've got like the likes of Shell Oil that are sponsoring exhibitions in London in museums.
Yeah.
And so we just get to see how actual powerful the corruption and the merchants of doubt is when it comes to the fossil fuel industry, and you know, the exploitation of the young. And
right. I mean, what we've got to understand that this is propaganda, right? There has been a huge, I would say, misinformation campaign to confuse the public about these issues. You see it all the time. You know, we had right-wing newspapers in this country, the Daily Mail, the Sun, the Telegraph, publishing editorials up until just a few years ago that were still denying the existence of the science on climate change.
Yeah.
Why were they doing that? They
Yeah.
were doing that to try and stop action on these issues. The science was there, but they lied to the public to confuse them.
Yeah.
And they do that. They try and make themselves look like acceptable members of society by sponsoring cultural institutions like the Science Museum, which makes it seem as though, oh, well, Shell must be listening to the science because they're partnered with the Science Museum. No, these are rogue companies. Their business plans bent on destroying the future of your children. You know, that's not on the news, but it's true.
Yeah.
You know? So that's why we're here, because we have to get this message out there somehow. And I wish it wasn't so. I wish I didn't have to glue myself to a building in order to get myself to make what is just an evidence-based scientific argument that we put in paper after paper, and if the media had done their job, would have reported that to the public years ago.
Yeah.
But what? No. You know, we're somehow seen as the dangerous radicals for doing this. You know, but that's not true. The UN even says that. The UN Secretary General came out the other day. He says the climate activists are not the dangerous radicals. It's the governments who continue investing in fossil fuels who are the dangerous radicals. You know, that's the UN saying your government are dangerous radicals. You know, what are we going to do about that? Come on, get on the streets. Let's do something.
They've broken the contract. You know, what they should be doing is protecting civilization, not destroying it.
You're exactly right. Yeah. You know, we've got this idea of the social contract where the government's acting on the behalf of the people, right? And therefore we trust the government, we hope that the government's going to take the right actions.
Yeah.
You know, but what do you do when the government isn't doing that? What do you do when the government's investing in the problem? You know? What do you do when the government is committing to expanding fossil fuel production that all the scientific reports are saying is incompatible with a safe and habitable climate? What do you do?
Yeah.
You know, you can't just say we're going to go along with that and accept it. We have to say we're going to challenge it, because they're not acting in our interests. They're acting in the interest of the big fossil fuel corporations.
Yeah.
And we've got to stop that.
Absolutely. Look, I have to say, this is such a powerful thing to see. You know, in the Science Museum there was 5 of you. Last week in Shell there was 10.
Yeah.
And today there's 20.
Yeah.
It just seems to be really like we're in the most bizarre period of humanity, mass stupidity, and we're at war with the media and governments, and the science is crystal clear. It can't get any clearer than this.
No.
Do you know what I mean? And look at you. You mean having to come here and glue your bloody hand to a window to tell the government what they should be doing.
No, you're right. Like, it is powerful. I hope it's powerful. To me, it's powerful to see all my colleagues out here today. You know, and we're not just here in the UK doing this, right? There's scientists around the world who are taking this kind of actions now. I don't know if you saw, but last week, a climate scientist from NASA, they blockaded a bank in Los Angeles because this bank is like the world's largest investor in fossil fuels.
Yeah,
you know?
Morgan Chase, I think it was. Yeah.
Okay, right. Yeah, exactly. You know, that's what. You know, so we're not the only ones having this realization that our government's trying to kill us. You know, like we're part of this wider community of scientists who realize that the process that we've put our faith in of trying to persuade rationally through just writing reports and you know, giving testimony at parliamentary meetings and so on. You know, we've all been there and tried to do those things.
Yeah.
You know, that's not worked. So we have to try something else now.
Yeah.
And that's what, you know, I hope other scientists will get out and join us. I think it's really important now that we back the movements that are pushing for change.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah, sorry. It's just like,
give me a hug,
such
man.
a day.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I know. It's crazy the fact that like I keep on meeting you like this. Do you know what I mean? It's like, you know, different day, different department, different organisation. You know, so I'm just going to go and have a chat with a couple of more people, and just if you want to have a chat with me, just wave. We need some water or whatever, you know. Thanks very much. So yeah, just a quick reminder what's going on here. We're in front of the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, where they come up with BISA. You might have heard of them. They come up with so many reports in so many different areas of policy and everything that influences the UK government, and the reports that they're producing and the strategies they're producing is pushing us in the wrong direction into climate destruction. Let's see if this. Would you have a little word for me for the live stream? You okay? No problem. There we go. So I was going to just. There we go. Super glued GP. And beside it says, the science is crystal clear, we need to phase out fossil fuels. Professor James Hansen, Earth Institute. We got this just here from behind the head, is that if the governments are serious about climate crisis, there can be no new investment in oil, gas and coal from now on. And that's the director of the International Energy Agency. International Energy Agency, they preside over the oil and gas industry. So you've got the own industry is telling everybody else we can't keep on doing what we're doing. And then Antonio, so UN Secretary General, is investing in new fossil fuel infrastructure is moral and economic madness. Got another young man glued on here. Do I have a quick word? Are you, I'm guessing you're a scientist? Yeah.
I'm an ecologist. I'm a specialist in biodiversity.
Yeah.
I'm horrified, and I don't know what to do about the loss of biodiversity that I've observed myself in my professional and personal life over the last 30 or more years. And the government says it's a global leader in addressing the climate emergency, and that's a lie. It's not true. The latest energy security strategy involves the licensing of new oil and gas reserves in the North Sea. That's what we're asking for the government to do, to listen to the science and stop new exploitation of fossil fuel reserves.
Right. And you're an ecologist, so insects and soils and anything kind of, you know, that gives us life.
Birds and plants in particular, but all of that sits within the habitats, and those habitats have been degraded for a number of different reasons in recent decades. But one of the major players is the fact that since 1990 we've actually doubled the amount of carbon dioxide that has been released into the atmosphere, so that causing chaotic weather patterns and warming, combined with the fragmentation that has occurred due to relentless development pressure, means that we're literally pulling the rug out from underneath ourselves.
Yeah, look, it's absolutely shocking. You know, it's a climate and ecological emergency.
It's a two-pronged thing. They're not the same thing, but they're very closely related. And the point is, we just simply cannot make this situation any worse. The latest IPCC report is very clear indeed. We need to make drastic cuts in fossil fuels, and the latest government plan is simply not doing that.
And did you ever think in your career that you'd end up having to come in front of a governmental building and glue your hand onto a window to make a point?
No, I'm nervous. I'm worried about the sacrifice that I've made in terms of my employability and the sacrifice of my freedom, but I literally don't think there is any other alternative. I think we've tried everything else, and there's abundant scientific data out there now. The science is incredibly clear, but we just need the governments, not just the UK government, but the UK government needs to listen to the science and take urgent action.
Very powerful. Well, thank you, Doctor. I think everybody appreciates the fact that so many scientists are taking such a strong stance on this, and actually calling out the government, saying, here we are, we've given you the papers, we've given you the reports, we've given you the warnings, we're telling you exactly everything that's actually happening, and we're giving you solutions of what needs to be done, and it's just simply not happening.
Exactly right. Yeah.
So anyway, keep up the good work. Thank you. There you go. So just again, if you're just joining us, we are outside the Department of Business, Energy, Industrial Strategy in Victoria Street in London, where we've got a very, very large group of scientists. I've just gone and chatted with nearly all of them, and I can actually confirm, yes, they are all scientists. So these guys know what they're talking about. The message is, science is crystal clear that we need to act now. Our government is failing us, and if they continue failing us, we're going to have accelerated climate breakdown, and it's going to affect pretty much everybody. So we're in a bizarre situation in humanity where we're actually having to have scientists coming from behind their desks and labs and experiments and all the great things that they do, and actually taking to the streets like this. So just to quick. Do I have a quick chat?
Sure.
Yeah. What's your name?
Shannon.
Shannon. And I'm guessing you're a scientist of something really clever.
Physics and space science and engineering.
Okay, yeah, that is pretty okay. Physics, space science, engineering. So you got a pretty much good grip on on planets and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, this is how radiation interacts with the planet and things like albedo, and the fact that when the world heats up and the ice melts, there'll be less albedo on the planet, so we'll actually heat up quicker.
Is that the albedo? Is that the white reflecting radiance back into space?
Yeah. So that's the thing. That's why it's important that we stop fossil fuels now, because if we don't and we heat up even a little bit, it's not just we heat up a bit, then we wait and we cool down again. No, we heat up, we lose albedo, we lose our reflection, it heats up quicker, and then we reach tipping points where we can't cool back down.
So this is like melting of the Arctic, Antarctic, the ice caps. Greenland.
It's a real tipping point, and that's why it's so urgent that we stop now. And it's
And where do you research? Are you are you local or
I'm a technician for astronomical telescopes.
Okay, right. Wow, really, really clever stuff. So isn't it bizarre that we we know what's happening with the science and we're not acting on it?
Yes. It's very distressing, in fact. I remember my entire life, and when I was a little child, I was getting panic attacks over this, global warming. And my entire life, it's just gotten worse and worse. And they've just done nothing. And that's why we're here today, because it just feels like this is all we have left is just direct action. Because we've been telling them, we've been in law for years, decades, and they just haven't acted. I don't want to be here, but it feels pretty desperate now at this point. And it's a fear that's gone in my entire life, and I just no more. I want to act now. I don't want to be a bystander just praying they do something, And I encourage anyone else who feels like me to stand up and act. It's very liberating. It's very So yeah.
No, it's great. No, great. And the thing is, what you're saying about telescopes and stuff. So we look at all these planets and we look at into the space, but we don't know if there's any other life out there.
No, yeah, we don't. And to be honest, we find there's so few planets that are able to support life. We are such a unique, special planet, so fragile too.
Yeah.
If you look at the images of Earth from like when we go out there and we go beyond and we look back at Earth, we're so fragile, and we just need to protect it and we need to look after it right now.
Yeah. Wow. No, you're right. Like we're destroying our biosphere, our troposphere, all the spheres.
Yeah, all the spheres.
Yeah.
We are not as robust as we think, and there's only one planet Earth. We've never found a planet even, we found maybe candidates light years and light years away. It's it's a very special planet. We must protect it.
And any message you'd just want to give people out there?
If you felt like me in your life, please join us. If you realize, that they're not going to save us, they're not going to help us, we have to take direct action and tell them and force them to. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the quick physics lesson. Oh.
Was this a live stream?
Yeah, it's a live stream. It's going out live. Yeah. Let's go and have a chat with this. Hi, how you doing? There you go. Do you want to have a chat with me?
Oh God, yeah.
So what's your name?
My name is Caroline.
Caroline. So actually, I know what your name is. So. And are you a scientist?
Yes, I'm a scientist. A long time ago, I was a scientist. I was a biologist.
Biologist, okay.
Yeah.
And what makes you come and put a chemical onto your hand and stick it to a window?
Because the government think that they are going to solve the energy crisis by drilling for more oil and gas, despite all the advice from the scientific community and the International Energy Agency.
Right. And I've seen you. I don't know if this is like people notice, but I might have bumped into you in one or two places so in the last couple of years, and you're very active in actually calling out the science and actually taking to the streets. And now today is like really powerful because it seems like the numbers are growing in the scientific community.
That's right. So more and more people in the scientific community are now realizing that the government is not listening to their report, and scientists feel desperate, to be frank. And last week there were more than 1,000 scientists across the world who committed non-violent direct action, peaceful action, gluing themselves, throwing oil all over the world, in Spain, in California, in Europe, in the UK. People are desperate.
Yeah, it's scary. It's very scary.
Yeah. You see scientists breaking down in tears. So people think they are hysterical. I don't know what to say anymore. It's and I'm not a climate scientist. I've not dedicated my life to the science of the climate and the ecology. So I can only start understanding what those people feel, to dedicate all their life to help other people and to give information to the governments for them to act and being ignored. It's a desperate time for scientists.
Yeah, it is. We shouldn't be, having to do this. Scientists shouldn't have to be doing this. Ordinary people shouldn't have to be doing this. And now we've got the likes of this, like the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, producing reports and influencing government and actually dictating policy. And it's simply going in the wrong direction.
That's right. And I think that inside the government, some people know how bad it is. And it's almost even worse. They know, and they still endorse policies that they know are going to kill people.
Yeah.
This is a dereliction of duty. This is blood on their hands. We've got Alok Sharma shedding tears at the end of COP26. How fucking dare he? If he knows the truth, he should act. He should resign from this government if he doesn't agree with their policy. How dare he shedding tears in front of the camera while they are doing this? Fucking hypocrite, sorry.
No. Don't apologise.
Sorry, I say fucking, but I shouldn't.
It's okay. Do you know what I mean? You know, considering like how bad things are. You know, it is absolutely completely nuts. You know, it's bonkers. As you said, it was like crocodile tears. A COP26. A complete farce. A complete farce.
I mean, last month I was reading that BP and Shell are going to make a combined profit of $40 billion this year. 40 fucking billion dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah. So people say, oh, you are naive, those companies are part of the solution. Of course they could be part of the solution, but they are not. They are still drilling for new oil and gas with the agreement of this government, with the agreement of Labour who has just called for an injunction against young people who are protesting against new oil and gas field. How fucking dare he? The leader of the Labour Party, Keir Starmer, you've got blood on your hands too. Shame on them.
It is shame. It's shame, and it's the young people who are going to be affected. It's a generation of the people who are on top of the oil tankers at the moment, the 19-20-year-olds who are terrified for the future, terrified, and it's terrified because the science is crystal clear. Nobody's making this up. We're not making this up, and it's mass stupidity led by people, by governments who are in hands with the oil and gas industries. And the reason the oil and gas industry say they do what they do is because they're providing a service of energy. But if we had taxes in place, if we had a rapid transition to renewables, if we had
we've got taxes in place. Do you know how much we tax oil barrel at the moment? $2. Do you know how much Norway tax oil barrel? $22.
Yeah.
So your money as a taxpayer is helping Shell and BP to drill for more oil and gas, to kill your children in the future. Well done, government.
And they give 10.5 billion a year in subsidies to the oil and gas industry, in direct and indirect subsidies, which the UK government totally denied. But the International Energy Agency, the chair of the International Energy Agency is pointing out that actually no, you are giving subsidies, and subsidies globally to the fossil fuel industries is about I think 6.8% of the world's GDP, directly and indirectly in the costs. That's crazy. Yeah, we are supporting this, and the governments are supporting the legislation and the policies in place to allow this to happen.
Yeah, Where do you start? We could talk all day about it.
We could talk all day. I think my battery's going to go. I'm just going to ask, could you give me a flavour? Yeah, I'll say a nice friendly smiling face here. Could you hold this? I just need to stick a battery in. There we go. You can chat away. Oh. Just tell me how it's going for you. What's your name?
My name's Polly, and I'm just one of the wellbeing here today, helping these amazing people who are basically trying to save us. Yeah. And how I cannot believe we're in this situation where our scientists and our healthcare professionals are risking their jobs for us all. The science is so clear. There is no debate with that now. We've got to do something.
There we go. Thank you very much, Polly. Thanks for the technical assistance there. So we got I don't exactly know what's going on. I'm just going to take a little bit of a zoom out so you can get a bird's eye view again what's going on. In case you are just joining us, we are in front of the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, the main department in the UK for coming up with its strategies on decarbonisation. They're coming up with strategies on carbon capture and storage, and all these different things, and what they're putting into place, the new policies they're putting into place, is putting us on a destruction course for the planet. This is why we've got all these scientists here today, taking this very brave, bold action in front of the building. Going to have a quick chat with this man here. Are you a scientist?
I am a scientist indeed.
You actually look like a scientist.
Yeah, well, I've been doing it a long time. That's why it sort of grows.
What's your name?
My name's Jeff Farger.
Jeff Farger, and what kind of scientist are you?
Well, I'm a professor at the University of London. I'm an ecologist, and I work on my own research is on the effect of environment on agriculture and food and nutrition.
So you're a lecturer, and you're
a
professor.
Yeah.
And you're actually taken to the streets to stand here. This is very, very powerful.
Well, it's most of my colleagues are much younger than I.
Yeah.
I think one of the differences I have with them is I've got grandchildren, and that makes this all the more important to me.
Yeah.
That the science is not being listened to by government, and we're not seeing the actions that even the government has agreed to do at COP26. We're seeing, instead of them cutting back on fossil fuels, they're actually drilling more wells. And this is exactly what the science tells us we must not be doing if we're going to avoid 2 to 3 degrees global warming and the disaster that'll bring for people and the environment.
Right. And this is a pretty powerful statement by you, even just coming here as a professor. And well, what does are you worried about your university like kicking you out or anything?
No, actually, I'm pretty near retirement.
Yeah.
I've got little to lose, unlike the brave young scientists here who've got to fit this into a career.
Yeah.
And that's really challenging.
Yeah.
But I've spent a career providing science advice to government. They gave me an OBE for that, and I really feel I've got to step up and now reach the people, because the government isn't listening to the scientists anymore. So the people need to listen to scientists. They need to influence the government, and that's why we're doing this public awareness.
So you're a doctor of ecology and a professor and an OBE, and now you're on the streets in front of the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy protesting.
I am. These guys are responsible for the decisions about how to deal with climate change. It seems to me they're making all the wrong decisions. The scientists have told them that.
Yeah.
They should be reducing oil. They should be insulating buildings, which they're not. They should be increasing onshore wind power. These are the actions that will not only address climate change quickest, but it will have the greatest impact on reducing the cost of living crisis that we have today.
Yeah, that's very true. And your students, do they know that you do this? Or are you going to tell them when the term starts again?
Yeah, they know I'm doing it. Yeah. I think in universities there's a growing amount of support for this.
Yeah.
I just feel I feel sorry for younger scientists who might feel that they're under a bit of pressure from universities to publish and do research, but not to be activists.
Yeah.
And activism is, I'm afraid, one of our new jobs in science.
Yeah, well, is there going to be a course in activism scientists?
That'd be a great idea.
Yeah.
I'm happy to give a talk at that.
Very good, very good. Anything else you'd like to add to your...
No, that's fine.
No, that's good. No? Okay, keep up the good work. There we go. So, professor, an OBE, lecturing in a local university, and now taken to the streets. Crazy. How you doing? Would you like to have a quick chat with me?
Very, very quick. I'm not good with this.
Yeah. What's your name?
My name's Jen Murphy.
Jen? Jen Murphy.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing you're a scientist as well.
Well, I'm actually training to be a physics teacher at the moment, and I'm just finishing off a PhD in social statistics. So
Okay.
I'm a science teacher.
A science teacher?
Yeah.
Wow. So this is actually pretty powerful, like a science teacher coming to the streets.
Yeah.
So in school, right, they don't really teach too much about climate change. They're not really teaching kids about the future. I mean, it's not kind of we learn about Henry VIII, we'll learn about the Roman Empire, we learn algebra.
So I think I learned about climate change at school.
Oh, did you? Cool.
Yeah, back end of the 80s I learned about it. I think then it fell out of the curriculum for a long time. It is now coming back in.
Yeah.
We do teach about the climate, but I don't think any of us really learns. The government doesn't tell us the truth. None of us really learns about what that actually really means. No one really, because actually, to be perfectly honest with you, it would be too difficult almost to explain to particularly younger children exactly what that is going to mean for their future.
Yeah.
Because actually that's just a horror story in school every day, and that's not what school should be about. They need to learn the science, and we do teach them the science.
Yeah.
But actually the horror of this crisis is something that we as adults have got a real moral responsibility to stand up and speak out about, to protect them and to look after their future.
Yeah, it's very true.
Yeah.
Do you think it's because it actually is so scary that they just don't want to tell anybody about it? In terms of like
in terms of adults.
No, like adults teaching children, and even adult things. I don't think any of the scientists would be here if people really knew how bad the situation was.
I don't think any of us would be here.
Yeah.
Any of us. We wouldn't need this week of rebellion if people were being honest and truthful about what this actually means, what 2 degrees of warming actually looks like. Because if people inside this building here were talking truthfully about what 2 degrees of warming actually means for humans and for human life, they wouldn't be licensing new oil and gas. They wouldn't be licensing oil and gas. And yes, it is my responsibility to teach children about this, but actually, before we do that, we need all of the MPs and all of the ministers in Parliament over there to have the same briefing that Boris Johnson calls this Damascus moment. We need all of them who can act right now to understand exactly what needs to be done and to do it. Because we can paste all of these here, but some of them may have read these papers, some of them may not have read these papers. But what they aren't doing at the moment is they're not accepting the reality of what this actually means for humans. What it actually means for us, what 2 degrees of warming looks like, what things being flooded really regularly looks like, what it costs. The cost of doing this, of sorting out what we need to do, is much smaller than the cost that's going to come from dealing with a warming climate.
And like the latest reports even said, like by 2030, we can have 700 million displaced people living in the continent of Africa. Do you know? You just kind of like, and just these astronomical numbers, and Vietnam 90% like flooded, and they get all the food from rice fields, and it was going to kill the rice fields, and it just keeps on going.
There are countries in the South Pacific that have already started trying to acquire land on higher ground because they realise that their communities are not going to have anywhere to live. And they're already acquiring ground in, I think, I can't remember the name exactly, but one of the countries in the South Pacific has bought land in the Philippines because they know that they're going to have to move their entire population. And that's just that's happening now. I think it's really difficult when we sometimes talk about 2030, 2050, what this. It lets us mentally kick it down the road a little bit because it sounds quite far away. It's happening now. Like, this is not a future thing, this is a present thing. Now.
No, but you're right. Like there's so many things that happen. Like the floods, the fires, southern Madagascar, 1.3 million people who are eating muck, and so we are seeing this now.
There were how many people died in Germany last year in the floods? Over 200 people died in the floods last year.
And we've had these kind of cycles of like every 6-7 years having a mega heat wave.
If it's just becoming more and more frequent, it's I grow vegetables. Like, it's becoming more difficult to predict what you can do because the weather is just so changeable, and it's getting worse and worse every year. And it's a hobby for me. Like, something fails one year, it's possibly the climate change, possibly my incompetence, but actually, in terms of the global food supply, this is a real problem.
Huge. I think it was last year in the UK, it was lost. I think it was 38% of the wheat harvest was lost.
And I think 2 years ago the cauliflower harvest failed. The thing is, like, if there's no cauliflower in the supermarket, it's unfortunate, right? But it's not the end of the world. But when there's no wheat, right, we actually have a famine. That's what we're looking at now.
We had, I think it was 2009, 2010 in Russia. They had like the record heat waves in Russia, Ukraine, and it affected the wheat harvest. And then it affected the global price of wheat. We had the Arab uprising. It was like, it kind of like there's like so many things like interconnected. Geopolitical.
The level of instability that young people are going to experience in their lifetime is heartbreaking. It is. That's why we're here, right? It's not fair to leave that as a legacy for our young people. And you don't. I have got children, and I do work in a school. But you haven't got to have kids to know that that's not okay. Like, it's not, it's not like only parents have a monopoly on caring. That's not the case at all.
I'd love to have had you as a teacher when I was a kid.
Well, I'm quite mean.
That's great. Are you not just worried about like kind of like your school might say, oh, you shouldn't be doing this kind of thing?
So I'm a trainee at the moment, and I am really, really worried about that. This is a career that I have come to quite late, and that I am really loving doing, and I risk it by being vocal and active within an environmental movement. But what's the alternative? That I don't tell the truth?
That's it. Well, thank you for your honesty. It's true. So, so teacher, keep up the good work. Here we go.
Thank you very much.
There we go. I think I've chatted to nearly everybody. More police have arrived here. Just going to give you a quick pan out. Also, if we could have a little bit of a sound check, that would be quite good. I've got old earphones here, and I plugged them into a new adapter, so it might be a little bit crackly. So if somebody could just give a little bit, kind of say how the sound is going. But in case you're just joining us, we are in front of the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, joined by a very, very large group of scientists. Some of the scientists are recognised from the Science Museum. There was about 5 of them locked on for 10 hours to stand off about Shell Oil sponsoring our future planet. Gil, thanks. All good, the sound. Yeah, so I've seen 5 of the scientists from there. Last week, again in front of Shell, there was about like 10 or 12 scientists painting the front of the building. Thanks, Margaret. Good sound. And now, even today, it's grown. There's 20. So what we got is now we've got like this growing movement of scientists, like here and around the world. We've got Extinction Rebellion. Oh, they've actually just popped on the screen here. Internationally, over 1,200 scientists in, I think it's 28 different countries, something like that. You could actually put in the chat, Extinction Rebellion, exactly what the numbers are. So yeah, so scientists are now moving from behind the desk, from behind the labs, and now taking to the streets in protesting and putting themselves on. Nearly hit a cyclist. Putting themselves in the front line to raise awareness. They're done writing reports. They're done speaking to people in terms of speaking to governments, which we've seen with the IPCC reports. Switch hands here. Yeah, they've given all the scientific information that they need. There's nothing else to give. This is it. What are they going to do? Is keep on writing reports saying like we're more and more screwed, and they're like it's indisputable now, right? The media, the mainstream media, is completely failing us. They're not even starting to get to the very starting point of actually how bad things are. We've only just got to the stage where they've stopped having climate change deniers on their various programs. Actually, no, I lie. Look at Good Morning Britain. The way that they had 3 people ripping to bits the young girl from Just Stop Oil, and she was talking science, and she was crystal clear, and she was calling out the government, saying the government is wrong. They're allowing new oil and gas fields. It's going against their own policies. It's going against climate science. It's going against all the reports that we're having from the International Energy Agency. The UK government is wrong. Protesters are right, and I'm quite proud to be part of this with all these scientists, with all these young people, with all people from all different walks of life. And the message is clear. We all collectively need to take to the streets and call out our government and our governments around the world, right? So yeah, and I've been in front of this building before, last couple of years with different actions. I've even seen teachers here before. We've now got a helicopter above us buzzing around here. We've got police vans have come, more police vans are lining up. Police are going through their arrest procedures behind us. We've got I think it's eight glued on who are no doubt are actually going to end up getting arrested, could face criminal charges for what they're doing, but they've just reached the stage where there's nothing left to do. We've spoken to all of them. Actually, there's one left I need to have a quick chat with. But yeah, all the message is the exact same. We all need to act. We need to act now. Our governments are failing us. So, spin around.
We are doing civil disobedience at JP Morgan Chase Bank, which out of all the banks in the world, the one that has done the most to fund fossil fuel projects. This latest IPCC report made it very clear that current and planned fossil fuel infrastructure will take us significantly beyond, 2 times beyond the best estimate of what we can still emit, and have a coin toss chance of staying under 1.5 degrees of global heating.
These banks, these institutions fund everything globally and locally. This is for the Wet'suwet'en in Canada. This is for the Tonga people here.
I'm here because scientists are not being listened to. I'm willing to take a risk for this gorgeous planet, for my sons. And we've been trying to warn you guys for so many decades that we're heading towards a fucking catastrophe. And we've been being ignored. The scientists of the world have been being ignored. And it's gotta stop. We're gonna lose everything. And we're not joking. We're not lying. We're not exaggerating. This is so bad, everyone, that we're willing to take this risk, and more scientists and more people are going to start joining us. This is for all of the kids of the world, all the young people, all of the future people. This is so much bigger than any of us.
And we are tired of being ignored. We've tried being unbiased. We've tried being silent. We have tried the policy game. We have tried celebrities. We have tried everything.
Hi everyone, we're here today in Hyde Park. We've been marching for the past few minutes now, and it's colourful, it's noisy. The samba band are out in force. We've got families and everyone is welcome here today. So if you're out in London, please come and join us. We're going on a march to a mystery location, all will be revealed later. But yes, if you could like, comment and share this live stream with your friends and tell them to come along on Saturday 10 AM at Hyde Park Corner and join in the rebellion. Now,
shall we go and see if anyone would like to have a chat with us?
yes, we are going to see if anyone would like to have a chat with us. I think I will go under here. Whoops. Hi, excuse me. Would you like to be on the live stream? Just say a quick few words about, why you're here and what's
Yes, who are you with?
It's XR UK.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Fantastic.
Okay.
The march behind you.
Okay.
So I'm here with are you doing a bit of outreach today?
Yeah, just trying to do my bit over the Easter holidays. Yep.
Oh, fantastic. Can you introduce yourself, where you're from? And
Yeah, so I'm Rachel, I'm 51. I've got 3 grown-up children, and I'm giving up my Easter to be out here with XR because we are on red code emergency. So it's really vital that everybody's here. So yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. And what has motivated you to be part of Extinction Rebellion?
I was actually motivated by the rebellion in 2019, October, when I saw a young activist called Iggy Fox, who was locked onto a scaffold tower. It was my first ever protest, and just moved by seeing such a young person put himself forward to do what was right. He was a marine biologist, and he'd seen how many Indigenous communities were being displaced, their homes displaced, and also the amount of activists that were being killed weekly, and the media were not reporting on it in the global south, in Brazil. So yeah, that's what's motivated me for children, all my friends' children, and for my own children and maybe future grandchildren, who knows?
Yeah, oh, thank you so much and keep up the good work. Thank you. Thank you. Miranda, would you like to say a few words? Yeah, sure. So, yeah, this is Miranda from XR Families, and she's here with her 2 children. You like to wave to the camera? So yeah, why are you here and how's the rebellion been for you so far?
Yeah, it's been great. The kids really enjoy it. They love it, especially Frank. He doesn't want to go home and would stay all night if he could. I think for us it just feels like a great opportunity to be with other people who care about the climate crisis as much as we do and who are just as worried, and to feel like we have a community we can take action with.
Yeah, that's great. And I know that Extinction Rebellion families have a lot of activities planned, and tomorrow you're going to be at the Tate Modern. Do you want to say a bit about that?
Yeah, so at the Tate Modern there's going to be all kinds of family activities and fun things to do for kids, as well as outreach and speakers and stuff going on for adults as well. So yeah, it's going to be a good one.
Brilliant, thank you. And do these 2 want to say anything? Okay. No? Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks. We just have a look at what this banner... Oh, they're folding it up. Okay. So yeah, we're here in... we started in Hyde Park. We're marching into the city of London, and yeah. And we're joined by 1,000 or so people here. It's very colourful. People are singing. There's samba. We've got flags. We've got families. Everyone is welcome here. And I think the main motivator is that we want the government to stop using fossil fuels. We need to transition to green renewable energy, offshore wind farms. It's proven that the majority of people, even Tory supporters, want offshore wind farms. But are the government listening? No, they're not. They're doing the exact opposite. They, instead of phasing out all fossil fuels, they are looking for more oil and gas fields. They're reopening the exploration of the oil fields. So let's find somebody else to interview here. Would you like to be interviewed for XR UK? Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. Can we go? Do you mind if we go out here for a little bit? Hi. So thank you so much for coming. And would you like to introduce yourself and say why are you here?
I'm Ray from Birmingham, and I'm here mainly supporting my daughter, who's really concerned about the lack of action being taken and the need for fundamental change. Otherwise, we're not going to have anywhere to live. You know, the whole planet's going to be gone. So yeah.
Yeah, it's really worrying. And have you been to any other actions during this week, or is this your first?
First this week, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. And you're going to join a few more later, or?
Hopefully, yeah. Keep going, yeah. Okay.
And your sign says, UK government must take action on climate. There's no plan B. Barclays ditch fossil fuels. That's interesting. You've got Barclays. Can you explain why you?
As I understand it, they are the biggest investors in fossil fuel, and if they stopped, we could have significant change. And if people stop banking with Barclays, then it would send that message that...
I know. Yes, that's so true. Well, thank you so much for stopping to talk to us, and enjoy your march and the rest of the week.
Thank you.
Yes, it looks now like the sun is back in the boat. Back now.
Hello, here we are at heading towards Buckingham Palace. Hundreds, maybe probably thousands of people here actually, and we're all here for one joint reason, which is to demand an end to all new fossil fuel investment. That's our immediate demand, which aligns really nicely with our demand to act now to reach net zero carbon by 2025. Our immediate demand is really quite specific. We don't want any new investment into fossil fuel. We don't want any new oil fields, coal mines. We don't want fracking. We don't want any new fossil fuel extraction, that is to say. And we want to see an end to oil and fossil fuel subsidies, which our government is paying taxpayer money, millions upon millions of pounds worth of taxpayer money to fossil fuel companies, in spite of all the proven science showing that that is the leading cause of the climate crisis, which is the biggest threat to human existence that the planet's ever seen. So that's why all of these people are out here today. That's why you've just seen the scientists over at the governmental building, Department for Energy, Business and something, I can't remember, business strategy. It might as well be called the Department of ignoring the science, or the Department of doing absolutely fuck all, as far as I'm concerned, because they're not acting on the proven science. This is a climate emergency. We are facing a serious threat, and yet our government and oil companies and big business and the media remain complicit in inevitable climate genocide if we don't take the necessary action. So I'm going to have a little bit of a chat about some of the different groups of people that we've got here, and I'm going to try and bring you some interviews from individuals from a wealth of different societal groups, because that's what Extinction Rebellion is. It's such a broad church of people from all different faiths and religions and ages, all different ideologies and all different backgrounds, ethnicities, gender identities and sexualities, and that's what we want to see. That's what this global issue needs to be. We need to see groups from all different marginalised groups and different swathes of society in order to solve this global issue. A global issue requires a global response, and so far the response has been minimal, if anything. We've recently seen the UN Secretary General demand a call for action. Effectively, he said we need to see a group the likes of which cannot be ignored, and I tell you what, it will be hard to ignore Extinction Rebellion today. So I'm just going to go over to one of the XR faith groups and have a conversation with a lovely member of Christian Climate Action who they took over the Faith Bridge in April 2019 along with other groups from other religions, and I think it's important that we make sure we are representing all of the different groups that are here, that are marching with us today. So I'm going to have a quick chat with Sandy here, who is from Christian Climate Action. So Sandy, what brings you to take this sort of action here today?
Hi, I've got 7 grandchildren and I want some hope for the future for them. I've tried everything else. I've written, I've campaigned, I've petitioned, I've prayed, I've cried, I've written to my MP. And when Extinction Rebellion came into being, I was just so grateful. Christian Climate Action is my tribe within Extinction Rebellion.
Well, it's brilliant to have you here with us. And I believe you were involved in the 2019 Faith Bridge.
Yes.
So can you tell me a little bit about that?
We occupied a bridge when we realised that we weren't just Christians, but Muslims, Buddhists, and all sorts of Jews and different people. We decided to form up together. We thought that was really important. So that's what we did. And I also walked with the Faith Bridge folks up to Glasgow.
Brilliant. And that was for COP26?
That was for COP26.
And what did you think of COP26?
Oh, it was disappointing. Very disappointing. Yeah.
I feel as though your journey was worthwhile, or did you feel massively let down by the proceeding?
It was massive while. We did a lot of outreach and talk to people on the way. But COP26, I mean, they just let us. I think we knew they were going to let us down. I think we knew it was going to be disappointing. The biggest disappointment was for climate justice, because even that £100 billion, they couldn't get themselves organised to agree it. So, yeah.
And how important is it for you to make sure that we have representation from all different religious groups and you know, these kind of faith groups that are meeting together?
I think it's really important because we form quite a big constituency, really, in the country, and I think it's important for everybody to be represented. We can't do anything magic different from anybody else, but we're fairly strong. I think we hold something, the religious groups hold something for the future as well, and the Buddhists, everyone, because we know how to live with hope. And I think this is what Extinction Rebellion is all about for me. It gives you a chance to live with hope and build hope.
Brilliant. Well, thank you for chatting with us today, Sandy. And if that's not a message to take home today, we know how to live with hope. And I don't know what is, because that is essentially the reason that we're here today, is because we are hopeful. You'll often hear certain media outlets portray climate activists as dupes, I think is the word that they're using. Well, let's claim that one too, shall we? We've had crusties, we've had hair shirt wearing whatevers and smelly hippies. But if you're here in London today and you see the vast variety of individuals who are here with us today, then it's not a one-size-fits-all type situation. So yeah, we're here because we're hopeful, and it's so important that we make sure that we do maintain that hope for the future, because otherwise, if there's no hope, then why would we be here? So as things get a bit louder with the samba band, I'm going to pass you back over to the other team here on the march. So thank you for watching us today, and make sure you're sharing this with all of your friends and family, and let's get the word out. XR are here to disrupt, and we're here to stay.
Hi everyone, we've just arrived at and I'm here with an activist from XR Youth, and she's gonna, thank you for being here. This is your first protest, isn't it? Can you tell me a bit more about what's inspired you to be to join the rebellion?
Well, I joined XR Youth Bristol about a few months ago, and I also stand for the values of no fossil fuels and climate change. So that's why I decided to come down this weekend and support the movement and everything that's going on. So yeah.
Fantastic. And what's motivated you? Have you had any a personal experience that has really driven you to come here to join the rebellion?
Well, at the moment at school, I'm doing geography, and they don't really talk about climate change as a big problem, which it is obvious that it is a problem. So I'm here today on for me, that's what motivated me, because I feel like climate change should be taught in schools, and also that it is a problem that I feel like it should be educated in the system, because we are doing stuff about climate change, but we could do a lot more. And so that's why I'm here this week.
Fantastic, thank you. And you're going to be here for the rest of the week, and it's the next big march on Saturday, so everyone come down on Saturday, join us at 10 o'clock at Hyde Park corner, and join in the rebellion. Let's go find somebody else to talk to. Thank you so much, thank you. Do you mind if I ask a few questions for XR UK live stream? Okay, that's fine. Thank you. to disturb you. Are you happy to be interviewed for Exile UK?
So we're outside Buckingham Palace at the moment, where the march has briefly stopped. You'll see our hand signals, our new hand signals, being put to good use to help control the flow of the march, make sure everyone's safe, but also to make sure we recognise that these streets belong to us, and we do have the authority to disrupt and to block them. I'm actually here with a very familiar face, with Etienne Stott, who is my fellow Midlands rebel and also co-presenter of XR live streams. So Etienne, what brings you out here today?
Well, we want the government to do its job. We've got a serious and easy thing that it could do right now. We want them to end fossil fuel investments, we want to end fossil fuel subsidies, I want to grant no new fossil fuel licenses. This is something they could do right now. This is in line with the advice from the United Nations and the International Energy Agency. And basically our government is ignoring us. They're not acting in our interest, and we're here to say, actually, we need you to hear us. This is sensible and this is the right time.
And what does your sign say today?
My sign says, if not you, who? And if not now, when?
So what's your message to people who aren't here?
Come and join us. Come along Saturday, 10 AM at Hyde Park. If you can make it down before, that's great. We're going to make Saturday a big one. So come along, 10 AM at Hyde Park. We need all our people. We need everyone who cares, everyone who feels some feeling inside that things aren't right, that we need to do something. Come along and join us. It's going to be wicked.
Thank you so much. And if you do come along on Saturday and you're unsure of what the procedure is for getting involved with Extinction Rebellion, we do provide trainings, we provide well-being. You'll see many people with different coloured bibs who represent different things. We have a protest liaison who ensure that we're in conversation with the police. We have a well-being team who make sure people are fed and hydrated. They even gave me tissues yesterday, which is really helpful. So we've got a brilliant team, and anyone can get involved in any capacity. This isn't just about saying everyone needs to come here and get arrested. That's not what Extinction Rebellion is about. Yes, there's an element of that. Of course there is. We're trying to create a moral dilemma for the government and the authorities. The thinking is that with enough arrests, that when we go into the courts and then we're found not guilty, that the courts will start saying, well, why are we even going along with these proceedings when these people are not breaking the law? And then the police will say, well, why are we even arresting these people if they're not breaking the law? And then what we do is we create a situation for the government whereby they have to have a conversation with us, the people. We're here representing the people of this nation, the people of this earth, who are really terrified about what the future holds as a result of the climate crisis. And polls show us that this is one of the absolute leading concerns in the UK. A vast majority of people are worried about what the future holds as a result of the climate crisis. And the vast majority of people want to see a transition to clean, green renewables. And that's what we're calling for today. We're saying no new fossil fuel investment, no new extraction, and no fossil fuel subsidies. We've got 8 years worth of fossil fuel remaining in the bank, ready to go to cover us across that transitional period. Don't believe the nonsense that these energy companies are trying to push forward, that climate activists are responsible for a rise in cost of living and a rise in energy costs, because it's not true. If it were, then those energy companies would not have made record profits. Those fossil fuel companies would not have made record profits, and those investment banks would not have made record profits last year. As an example, Shell quadrupled the amount of money that they made last year, and meanwhile they're charging extortionate amounts of money for people to keep their homes warm. And this is the prices are set by these companies. There's no real influence that climate activism can have in those prices, but what we can have an influence in is in demanding a transition to clean, green, renewable energy. And that doesn't mean nuclear. Nuclear is not the answer here. It's like putting a band-aid over a cyst that's full of seeping horribleness, and if we have to deal with that later on down the line, then we're going to experience significantly worse issues even than we're experiencing now. So we're talking about clean, green renewables. Onshore wind is the fastest and cheapest way for us to produce energy in this country. And you'll often hear the governmental critics from the likes of the Net Zero Scrutiny Group say things like, oh yeah, but it doesn't look nice on the landscape. Well, first of all, polls show that that the majority of people don't agree with that. But secondly, why would they think that a coal mine looks nice? They're famously disgusting to look at. So if the alternative is new coal fields and new oil drilling and fracking, then they can't use the argument of whether or not it's aesthetically pleasing, because coal mines are famously not aesthetically pleasing. So let's not dig up the earth, let's keep our carbon in the soil, and let's transition to a clean, green economy of renewables. Now I'm keeping a lookout for XR Youth, because they carried out a brilliant action yesterday at Black Rock. Oh, I can see the flags in the distance. So I'm going to go over and have a chat with someone from XR Youth so they can explain to us why they targeted Black Rock yesterday. I'm just going to see if I can find my friend somewhere in here. There's a lot of XR Youth flags about, but I'm not sure where the... Do you know where Gauze is from XR Youth? Gauze from XR Youth?
Oh, I'm not sure if they're still here.
Oh, they might not still be here, the person who I was hoping to have a conversation with. So I'll give you a bit of an update myself. But yesterday, members of XR Youth targeted Black Rock. They caused some disruption there. The police surrounded the building, which just goes to show who the police are really here to protect and serve. And I can tell you, it's not us. They're propping up a system that is so corrupt that it's leading us towards extinction. So XR Youth targeted Black Rock specifically because of their horrific history of targeting indigenous peoples around the world and destroying the likes of the Amazon rainforest. Black Rock invests in huge mass deforestation and pipelines and tar sands operations that are destroying indigenous communities all over the world. And indigenous peoples are going missing when they protest against this. They're disappearing, and occasionally bodies are found and people are being killed for protesting against and standing up against the destruction of their natural habitats. And the thing with indigenous people is that we consider them the custodians of our natural environment, because indigenous peoples in a lot of places are responsible for taking care of the environment that sustains all life on this planet. The vast majority of biodiversity is contained within these rainforests, the likes of which Black Rock are destroying. And these indigenous peoples are doing everything that they can to try and defend that biodiversity and try and keep this planet flourishing. And we're seeing mass biodiversity loss as a result of deforestation across the planet. Oh, Gauze is here from XR Youth, so I'm going to ask if you can give us an update on what happened yesterday at Black Rock.
Yeah, so we stood outside the Black Rock offices in London in solidarity with Free Land Camp. Right now on the streets of Brasilia, there are protesters opposing Bill 191. Bolsonaro wants to give mining companies free reign of the Amazon. Obviously, we don't need to burn any more of the Amazon down to make more fossil fuels. And the indigenous people are on the streets saying, scrap 191. So obviously out there, Black Rock, who finances mining companies who burn down the Amazon, don't have much accountability, people can't stand injustices. But here in the UK, lucky, because we can go stand outside Black Rock and tell them that what they're doing is wrong. So that's what that was about.
Brilliant, it was amazing. It was good to see the march continued then, and we kind of disrupted the financial district.
Yeah, we marched first to Bank. We were organised. which was good because the cops got very pissed at us.
Oh, brilliant. Well, that's what we like to see, and we love Exide Youth. They're a major part of what we're doing here, and it's really important that we recognise that that the young people of the world are the people who are most likely to be affected by climate collapse. That many of us slightly older people, I mean, there's a likelihood that it will happen within my lifetime, but there are a lot of older people within XR who are here in spite of the fact that it might not personally affect them, because here in the UK we have a lot of privilege, and we're least likely to be impacted by the climate crisis as it develops until a later stage. And so it's really important that we recognise that the young people are here to join us and to demand a viable future for themselves. The march here appears to have come to a halt again, those hand signals being used, and it's quietening down. So we will see what's about to happen. It sounds like there might be a speech or something to occur. So in the meantime, I'm going to pass you over to our other team, and if you could make sure you're sharing this and liking this and passing it on to others to watch this live stream. It's really important that people see this, so thank you very much.
We are on a fast track to climate disaster. Emergency is in the water.
We're live. Hi everyone, we're joined by lots of rebels marching through London. I'm here with an activist. Would you like to introduce yourself and say a bit about why you're here?
Sure. My name's Charles. I'm a Londoner, and then I came here because I care a lot about how the way we live in the cities can make a difference in climate change.
And can I have a look at your banner? Yeah, so it says "Own less, live more." Would you like to explain a bit about why you chose that message?
Yeah, I think for me there's really no owning more and then being sustainable at the same time. There's just no way. Therefore, we should do a little mindness to our life. And then the space you have left out, you can live a bit more.
That's brilliant, thank you. And what do you know where we're going? What's happening? Are you feeling excited about today? Like, what are your feelings?
Yeah, so I think I feel almost every time I part of a protest, you feel still the power in numbers, and then you hear the drum going, and then we all, like, inside of us, we're in tune with the beats. So like when the drum hits, you feel the power, and then you really feel for one moment really invincible.
Yeah, the samba is amazing, and I think the real driving force to this movement, and it's great to see so many people here today, although we could do with more. So if you're in London, come join us. We are, where are we? Yep, over there. So we're going to go have a look round. So this says respect existence or expect resistance. Would anyone like to say a few words to the live stream? Would you like to say anything? Okay. Yes. So can you explain what's motivated you to be here today?
So I've come down from Newcastle, Tyneside, with a big group of young people actually, and we're all involved here because we believe that there has to be an end to fossil fuel extraction globally, but we can start in the UK, and that we need to demand the government to stop fossil fuel extraction, certainly to stop new fossil fuel licenses for oil and gas. And there is actually 8 years left of oil and gas in the UK, so that's plenty of time to get renewables. I know there's a lot of fear-mongering going on in the press right now about we're all going to make people not have any fuel and old people are going to die in their homes, but that's not the case. It's actually that this is a way of kick-starting a much stronger renewable development, so that by the time 8 years time comes, we've switched to renewable. And this is just so important. We've only got 3 to 5 years left before there's a tipping point, and we can't actually the world is no longer sustainable and habitable for people, and there's going to be all sorts of climate migration and societal collapse, and that terrifies me. I've got children, grandchildren, and that's why I'm passionately involved And I've found a group of like-minded people who actually passionately care about what's happening and about the future and are willing to step up and take to the streets and even risk arrest and risk their own personal freedom for something that they believe in.
Yeah, that's so important. Thank you so much for being here. That's a brilliant answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catch up with the protest?
Yeah, we're going to catch up with the protests.
Global. This is unprecedented level. The recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic is scandalous.
Big up Tyneside XR Newcastle crew. It's brilliant to have you here with us, and it just goes to show people are coming to join us from all over the country, and we're not alone in the UK in taking this type of action. This is happening all over the world. So right now we're listening to the speech from Antonio Guterres from the United Nations, broadcast out of the full fight, and to remind us here to action. World's most diplomat. This person is the Secretary General of the United Nations. It doesn't get any more senior than that. And I'm hoping I can have a quick chat with George here, a regular XR UK Live commentator at this point, with more than enough to say. Let us know what we've just listened to and why it's important.
What we've just what we just listened to, the United Nations General endorsing what Rebellion and other similar in the world have been doing across the world and exhorting more and more people to join us. As he said, investment in new fossil fuels is moral and economic madness. You know, moral madness because we are already responsible for this unimaginable crime against humanity that is being visited upon hundreds of millions of people in the form of droughts, floods, things that don't even begin to make the news, like unseasonal rains that wipe out vast areas of cropland. We are talking about the world's most vulnerable, I mean, to quote the United Nations Secretary General, being frog marched to climate destruction. That is the reality of where we are in the moment. And Extinction Rebellion's immediate demand is really simple. It is simply demanding our governments do what the United Nations Secretary General said, what the International Energy Agency informed them in the report that they themselves commissioned for the COP in Glasgow. There can be no new fossil fuels if we're serious about any chance of 1.5 degrees. And for what it's worth, it's actually much worse than the United Nations Secretary General is telling it. Not only is Boris Johnson and Joe Biden, for that matter, investing unprecedented amounts in pushing for more fossil fuels, but actually the numbers that Antonio Guterres is talking about are relying on about 10 billion tons of carbon removal by 2050. And carbon removal essentially requires scientifically improbable technologies that don't meaningfully exist yet, that nobody seems to be in a position to pay for, to suck out vast amounts of carbon, which the likes of the big corporations on the planet and the dominant governments are using as an excuse to burn more fossil fuels now. The carbon capture and storage, that is fossil fuels already underground, is infinitely more efficient than any attempts we might make later on to try and suck it out. And the reality is that we are already seeing tipping points in the climate system that threaten to take the situation entirely out of our control. One of the most terrifying graphs in the recent IPCC report was where they think, at what temperature ranges they think various tipping points kick in. 20 years ago they thought no major tipping point worries till about 3 or 4 degrees. Now it's very clear that a number of tipping points are in play between 1 and 1.5 degrees, and that is where we are right now. So either way, we're going to need to find some way of sucking carbon out of the atmosphere in the future. It cannot be used as a justification for burning more fossil fuels now. And as he said, it's not just moral madness, it's economic madness. The cheapest form of energy we have available to us in the UK by far is onshore wind and solar, backed up by storage. And of course, the more they push for electrification of the transport system, the more you have millions of batteries that are hooked up at any one time that can deal with the times when people might be turning the kettle on and the wind's not blowing. It is really simple what needs to happen. We need to transform the energy system as quickly as possible away from fossil fuels to renewables. We need to invest everything we possibly can in saving energy in the first place, because of course even renewables and electric cars have an ecological impact. The more we can avoid the need for the energy in the first place, the better. And so in the UK, we have some of the most leaky homes in the developed world because they're really old. So investing in insulating those homes, so we're not just pumping energy into them to fly straight out the window. And the more we don't need the energy in the first place. If we had a complete revamp of like our product standards and the rules that govern the way things are manufactured in the first place, we could have all the things we need to live a decent life, but they wouldn't break after 6 months. You know, many people probably know that there's a thing called planned obsolescence, which is entirely rational for a corporation. If you want to sell as many things as possible, sell them so that they break after just enough time that people aren't going to blame the company, but they will buy another one. Like, in other words, and you know, add to that advertising, we have a giant global machinery, and there's roughly $2 trillion in advertising, marketing, public relations in the propaganda industries. $2 trillion are spent every year, basically trying to get people to do more and more of the stuff that is destroying us. We quite simply have a system that is geared in entirely the opposite direction to what is actually in the interests of all life on this planet. And the good news that amidst all this catastrophic truth of our current trajectory, the good news that it's really important to share with each other is that we have the capacity to create a beautiful, breathable, fairer world that will be better for everybody, where we have more time to spend with our loved ones, where we can actually have hope for our children, where we can enjoy the things we have in life, knowing that they're not at the cost of somebody on the other side of the world dying for them. You know, there is no reason in 2022 why any child should be starving across the world. There is no reason why anyone should be dying from preventable diseases. We just have an insane economic system that concentrates wealth and power into fewer and fewer hands. And the more it does that, the more it concentrates the political power, and the vicious circle goes on. But the thing that breaks that vicious circle is people power. It's people realizing there are way more of us than there are of them. If you look at how much the global story has changed just in the last 4 years, from a tiny percentage of the world's population coming together in movements like Extinction Rebellion, the soil strikes, etc., you realise we have way more power than we realise. Like 0.something% of the world's population, like a tiny 0.1% of the world's population taking action, has shifted things in the last 4 years to the point where at least the rhetoric recognises that we're in an emergency. You know, you have these big, eye-catching headlines from Boris Johnson, 68% reduction by 2035. It's nowhere near enough, but it's more than anywhere else in the world, and there is a simple reason that happened. It's because people in the UK, through movements like Extinction Rebellion, were exposed to the truth. And they are denied that truth by the corporate billionaires that dominate the information system. It is a sick joke that we refer to the press in this country as a free press. It's not. You know, you need to turn on the BBC, which is meant to be the impartial bit of the news here, you know, which is, I mean, itself a joke, right? Because so many of the appointments are from the government, so it's mainly controlled. But what they do every single day, they say, "What's the news tomorrow? Let's look at Murdoch's front page. Let's look at the Daily Mail front page." And so these right-wing billionaires that don't even pay tax in this country, whose interests are entirely different from the interests of the vast majority of people, get to tell the story of reality to make it seem as if what's in their interest is in everybody else's interests. So of course we're some like crazy eco-yob that just wants to, you know, eco-rabble, eco-yobs that want to destroy people's lives for no good reason, rather than the reality, which is that we are all walks of life here. We are doctors, we are nurses, we're teachers, we're unemployed people, we're, you know, normal working people. Like everybody across society is represented here. We are climate scientists. 1,200 scientists in the last week alone have been taking some form of civil disobedience action in many, many countries. We had climate scientists the other day at the Shell building, throwing fake oil at the windows, pinning up signs on the walls. Like, this is absolutely clear what is going on, and corruption is preventing.
Okay, back in the march with this young rebel here who's going to tell us a little bit where he's from and why he's here today. Do you want to just speak into there? That'd be great.
I'm Fred, and we're from Machynlleth, and I'm here because Extinction Rebellion. The trees, the animals, the bees. That's why I'm here.
You're here for the bees and the animals and the trees.
Yeah.
You want them to carry on living like they are today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Fred. Thanks for being here. Really good to hear from you.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can do this. Okay, we're here on day 5 of the rebellion. Just marching down towards Trafalgar Square. I'm here with a lady with a lovely colourful hat. Why are you here today? What are you up to?
Hi, I'm part of Christian Climate Action, which is part of Extinction Rebellion, and we're trying to, well, our demands are that the government stop investing in new fossil fuels. We're not saying stop investing in fossil fuels completely yet, but at least stop investing in new fossil fuels.
Right, yeah.
So obviously what we really want is to stop all fossil fuels completely because of the climate emergency. Because the latest IPCC report has said that we've already passed the tipping point and this world is just crashing into a complete disaster if we don't stop our emissions as soon as possible.
They're still going up, aren't they, the emissions?
They are indeed, and let's say the latest one that came out last week, I think it was, said that we're actually past the tipping point, so we know we're going to be in a dire. In about 10-15 years we're going to be in a real state.
And you're London based, are you? Or?
I am, yes.
Yeah, sorry, what was your name?
Julie.
Julie, good to meet you, Julie. And are you here all week?
Yes, I've been here since Saturday, so I'm coming out every day, yeah.
Did you see how, so you believe in a peaceful right to protest and that it should have an effect?
Yes.
Did you see how the Labour Party has come out and said that we shouldn't be protesting?
I have.
How does that make you feel?
Very angry.
Very angry.
I am living in a democracy and we are allowed to protest, and we do non-violent direct action. That's the whole point of doing this. We're not hurting anybody, but we've got to let everybody know that we're stepping into an absolute emergency. It's going to be a disaster.
You've got to act now, yeah?
Act now.
Brilliant.
Act now.
Thank you very much, Julie. Have an amazing day. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, we're here today on a march towards Trafalgar Square. I'm joined by an activist all the way from Manchester. Would you like to say, tell us a little bit about yourself and what's motivated you to be part of the march today?
I mean, there are too many reasons to list as my motivation to be here, but more than anything, on some level it's fear for myself and others in my generation of what we know is to come if we don't make radical changes to the way that we live now. But more than that is my just utter despair at the people who are already experiencing the future that I'm so afraid of. I can't stand to see the atrocities that people are experiencing now, while our governments who have the power to act, who have the power to make a difference, pretend it's not happening.
I know the UK is supposed to be leading in the climate, in phasing out fossil fuels. But how does that make you feel?
It makes me feel furious. It makes me feel embarrassed to be British. It makes me too many emotions to express. It's devastating and angering, and I don't feel I can sit and ignore it. I feel I need to be here and at least try and do something, even if it's somewhat limited.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for that. Okay, we're gonna go find somebody else.
It's like a
Hi, would you like to say a few words to XR UK, the live stream?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, fantastic. I'll just find my camera person. Where's he gone to? He's over there. Okay. When he comes back.
Okay.
Actually, I'll probably have to go find him.
see we're now approaching Trafalgar Square, where there is a welcome party in high-vis jackets, which is typical of when we arrive somewhere like this, which is a sort of critical location in London for traffic. We're about to take over the giant roundabout. There's not a lot that the police will be able to do to stop this, the sheer number of people, see how that develops. And earlier I was speaking with George, the last bit cut out because of my signal went on my streaming here. But effectively, what he was saying was about the attacks on young people who are going on these TV channels that I won't bother naming, but you know the types where they get a panel of climate change denialists to try and ignore or argue against the irrefutable science, which in itself is a massive waste of time. But then they try to belittle these young people who have got real, genuine concerns about what the future holds for them, because they look at the science. And I really encourage you to take a look at some of these interviews and to see what we're up against, because these corporations are propped up by billionaires with massive investments and massive holdings in fossil fuel companies and other exploitative types of industry, and it's unsurprising that they don't want to see the type of societal shift that is necessary to protect humanity, because they only answer to one God, and that God to them is money. If we see a societal shift, then these billionaires are going to find it extremely difficult to maintain their wealth. But at the end of the day, if we don't see a societal shift and we start to see the type of climate breakdown that all of the science shows us is likely to happen, then they're not going to have anything to eat anyway, because at the end of the day, you can't eat money, and you certainly can't eat numbers on a screen, which is what their money largely is. Another thing that these climate denialists like to try and do is they like to try and say that the UK is only responsible for a minute amount of carbon emissions, which George also touched on moments ago. And it's just a complete lie. It's a total fabrication of the truth. And Antonio Guterres said himself, that is to say, it is a lie, which it is. They are not actively trying to mitigate carbon. All that they're doing is trying to pass the buck on to someone else. But the reality of the situation is that in the UK here, we're massively for carbon emissions, well, a large proportion of our industry, even right here in the City of London, is investments for fossil fuel companies and the like, which are amassing huge amounts of carbon all across the world, but also the type of industry that we've passed on to China and India and places like that in manufacture over the last.
On Monday last week, the IPCC published the final part of its 6th report, and it says really, really clearly that emissions need to peak before 2025 if we are to avoid the worst consequences of the climate disaster that's heading towards us. On Wednesday last week, the British government announced that it would be drilling for more oil and gas in the North Sea. And I can no longer stand back and let the very small window of opportunity that is open for us to make real change close. Climate change requires radical action. It needs our governments to make some big, difficult decisions. And if they won't do that, then the burden of responsibility to make those difficult decisions, to do the things that we wouldn't do, is going to fall on our children. And it will fall on our children at a time when they are already suffering the consequences of our inaction more cripplingly than we are now. And it's not fair. And I won't let that happen to my children. So every day I think about what I can do to make a difference. And today, this is what I'm doing. I don't do it because it's fun, or because this is what I do to have a good time. I can think of plenty of other ways of spending my time. I do this because I hear what the scientists are saying, and I know how we need to respond. And I am doing everything I can to carry out the change that is required. And I'm doing that for my kids, and I'm doing that for all the children who don't have a voice right now, but need us to make radical change for their futures.
Day 5 of Rebellion, and we are walking down Whitehall towards Parliament. We are saying we will not be bystanders, and it's time to end fossil fuels now. We just stopped about 10 minutes ago and listened to the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. And we listened to the entire speech that he made after the most recent IPCC report. And it couldn't be clearer what he's saying to us, that the real radical extremists are not the climate protesters. The dangerous extremists are our governments, who are not only not acting, but they are licensing dozens of new fossil fuel extraction initiatives. So we're here to say that it's time to stop. And we are marching, not too sure where we're going, but we're definitely heading south. So who knows where we might be going. Might see if we can find somebody to talk to us. Let's go over here a bit, otherwise we're going to get in the way of the front of the march. Let's see who we can find. So many rebels today have turned out. I heard that XR Wandsworth had a Heading for Extinction talk last night, and 90 new members signed up. That's a bit of a record for XR Heading for Extinction talks. So it'd be really nice if we could find someone from XR Wandsworth to find out what the secret was. It's the most amazing piece of outreach. It's a bit loud now, so we've got the samba coming. Yeah, so we are going to find somebody to talk to, a little bit away from the noise. Let's look for a good banner. Here's a lady with a good banner. Excuse me, madam, would you be happy to talk to us?
Certainly, yeah.
Great. What brings you to the rebellion today? What's your story?
I'm really concerned for my granddaughter. She's 3 years old, and the idea that she's going to have to face climate chaos when she's 20 years old is absolutely crippling me. And the IPCC report is absolutely unequivocal now. We need to do something with much more urgency, and this government is not doing enough. Their actions in extending licenses for drilling in the North Sea and for supporting massive fossil fuel project in Mozambique are absolutely unspeakable. They know full well now from the IPCC report that the planet is in deep trouble, and they're just not getting it. So it's driving me crazy, because I'm getting a lot of climate grief now with that.
Where have you come from today to join us?
No, I've been in London all week doing this, but I originate from Stroud in Gloucestershire. So I joined XR in 2019, and I've been doing actions ever since. London, Cardiff, the G7 in Cornwall, and local actions in Gloucester, Cheltenham, and in Stroud itself. So I'm constantly working not just with XR, but with other organisations which are environmentally friendly, such as a divestment group called Southwest Action on Pensions. So I'm trying my best to do what I can and taking action always makes me feel better because it's raising awareness. Also, XR had big success in 2019 getting the government to declare a climate emergency after the first rebellion. So I know that they are effective, and that makes me feel much better.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too.
Take care. Amazing. Let's go and find a few more people. It's incredible to hear the stories of these rebels who come from miles away. They're spending a whole week here in London rebelling, and the message couldn't be clearer. The IPCC report says we have to act now. Extinction Rebellion have known this for quite a while. It does definitely feel as if there is a whirlwind beginning. We've got people online like Gary Lineker who are now standing up and giving support to young rebels from Just Stop Oil. And we've also seen recently, only yesterday, Ben Goldsmith, who's part of DEFRA, has got into serious trouble with his own party for standing up and saying that he defends the actions of Extinction Rebellion, for standing up for the climate emergency and actually taking part in direct action to do something about it. So it does feel now that there are some notable people who seem to be willing to put their reputations on the line and stand up for what they know is right. So if you have a moral duty to act once you know the truth, should we find someone else to talk to, Jeremy? Okay. Hello, sir. Can we talk to you? What brings you here today?
Well, I've been to most of the rebellion, so I'm over the moon that things have picked up again after the shutdown. I was a bit concerned when I first came at the beginning of the week, but the numbers have been terrific. Absolutely brilliant atmosphere. I'd encourage anybody to come down and join us, particularly next week if you've got the chance. Yet the feeling people have got, the community spirit here is absolutely brilliant. And we've got to get this message out to the government. We can all do our own little bits, we can all do our little things, but at the end of the day, the main infrastructure projects need to be done by the government, and we've got to get them to do it. I'm particularly here, I'm concerned about the nuclear aspect. Boris is talking about the 8 new nuclear power stations. I live in the town in Hartlepool, where we have a nuclear power station on our doorstep.
Which nuclear power station is that?
The Hartlepool nuclear power station. They want to do, and again, the whole idea of building 8 new power stations is absolutely ridiculous.
Can you explain to people who might be thinking, hang on a minute, nuclear power, that's not emissions high. Why? Can you explain sort of in layman's terms why that's a folly?
Sorry, I didn't quite ask what you...
Why? How could you explain to people, because there's a lot of people who are environmentalists at the moment who think that nuclear power is a possible way forward?
Well, certainly not the answer. It's going to take too long and it's going to cost too much. And then we still haven't got a proper way of dealing with the nuclear waste that's involved. Getting rid of the waste is a particular problem in my town where we have a reactor that we live in beyond its extent. We're on its extended life at the moment. They're shutting that down, and they're going to need to find out how to dispose of all the new waste. People talk about being a clean. It's not a clean energy. It's anything but. It's going to be. We're going to have waste for tens of thousands of years to deal with. And when they talk about clean energy, they're not talking about the digging up of and the mining of the nuclear material in the first place. It's I don't know why I don't know what it's in it for anybody to start going down the nuclear route now.
Ed Miliband seems to be pretty keen on it, doesn't he? Shadow Energy Secretary.
Well, he may be, but he's not. He doesn't have a nuclear power plant on his doorstep. I do.
Thank you so much. By the way, how long are you spending at Rebellion?
I've got 10 days at Rebellion, so from weekend to weekend and the week in between. So I'll be around.
Enjoy it.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go and find somebody else to talk to. Maybe we'll hang back a bit because it's pretty loud where we are right now. So we'll see if we can find an interesting person. Everybody's interesting, right? Because they're rebels. And rebels are always interesting. I think I can see a lovely young lady over there. Hello there. Are you happy to talk to us? She's got earplugs in. It's not surprising if you're walking behind a samba band all day, you need earplugs. What brings you here?
Well, climate change. Yeah, I've got a 6-year-old son, and I want him to grow up in a world where there will be a world to be there. Also, the insect apocalypse. No one seems to be talking about the insect apocalypse. And yeah, so.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, isn't it? Because I think it's easy to get stuck in this anthropogenic panic that all people are going to die, but of course it's not just about people, right?
No, and there's so many really simple steps we can do. Even people just start having compost heaps in their garden, and I think they should be communal compost heaps and sow native seeds, and stop using poisons on what we call weeds, which are essentially food for the bees and insects.
Do you think this is something that can be done as individuals to sort the whole problem out, or do you think we need some kind of more systemic change?
It can be done as individuals, yeah, and I think lobbying councils and getting together in groups will work. I'm personally doing it I work for Adnams, and I'm going to start rewilding their gardens and put nature ponds and insect homes. But the change...
Sorry, who are Adnams? Can you explain?
Sorry, they're brewers, yeah. They make beer in Suffolk.
Beer's good, rebels need beer.
And actually, they're really good. They've got they were one of the first to bring down the amount of water. So they can make a pint of beer for 3 pints of water now. It used to be 24.
That's a pretty good improvement. Actually, yeah, sorry.
The changes can be done individually, but the changes need to happen really quickly. So there needs to be a push for councils and governments and money and stuff to, like, and personally, climate change is so despairing, and you feel like there's nothing you can do. But in lockdown, I put a nature pond in my garden and a compost heap, and within months I saw such an abundance, and it was so beautiful thing to see. There'd be rings of hoverflies hanging around the compost heap, waiting to get the things, and so many more birds.
Yeah, that's what we're missing, isn't it? Abundance. Suddenly, everyone's noticing the abundance of this sort of insect life. It's just not there.
London, all around the trees, they usually concrete them, and I think they should do this idea of take back 10, where you take back 10% of the outdoor land and give it to nature. So that area of the tree, why have they got it concrete? Can't we pull that up, sow native seeds, native wildflowers, and just leave that? And then when we've eaten an apple, and the apple core we throw in the bin, which goes into landfill. Why are we not just throwing it into the long grass, and then it will nourish the soil?
I feel a campaign coming on. Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant. Should we take a quick look at your sign here? It's a double-sided one.
I didn't think about how heavy it would be. It's a workout.
Just Stop Oil, you're obviously a supporter.
I am, yeah. I mean, considering the latest IPCC report, and then the government are planning to drill the North Sea for oil and open, I think, was it 40 or 50 new oil fields? And it's like mind-boggling. It's absolutely insane. And then they'll use the war as a justification for it. Yeah. We can't take any more oil out of the ground.
Yeah, so it's interesting, isn't it? The war is quite a big distraction at the moment.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm probably talking way too much.
No, it's lovely. Have a great day. No, it's really important about insects. So thank you. I'm Janet. And
Janet, nice to meet you.
Yeah, have a great day.
Yeah, you too.
So thanks, guys, for watching. Like and share, and make sure that you stay tuned. Cheers.
Building with a big old clock there. Can anyone tell me what building that is? It's Shell!
Hi, we've just sat down outside Shell. Oh.
It is the other Shell building in London. We were there just a week ago today. Scientists across the whole world are engaged.
Hi, we're here sat in the streets outside Shell HQ. I've got an activist here from Oxford who would like to share her testimony. Would you like to introduce yourself?
My name is Meena. I live in Oxford. I am Indian. I was born in Kenya, but Oxford's my home. I am married with 3 children, and I'm worried about the climate emergency and the impact on this planet. I feel the Earth is a gift to us all, and we need to take better care of it. I would like to leave a good legacy for all those who come after me. And I'm taking action because this Earth, my home, is being impacted at an incredible rate. I'm taking action because many in the global south, including my home countries, Kenya and India, are suffering. I'm taking action because time is running out, and I feel I don't have any other choice but to act. I'm taking action because I believe I can make a difference. Change is made by ordinary people like myself stepping up and doing extraordinary things.
Thank you, that was really moving, Meena. Thank you, that's really powerful. Somebody is speaking, should we go see what they're saying?
A situation around the world where our coral reefs are gone, where the Amazon rainforest could be turned into savanna. Monsoons changed. The Arctic seas level rising for 10,000 years. The latest IPCC report that came out from the AR6 report talks sea level rises for 10,000 years. The Greenland ice sheet is already a lost cause. It's just a matter of when, not if. And after years and years and years of denial, they moved up and updated their strategy. They've proclaimed themselves as part of this green energy transition. What do we think of that? Yeah, exactly, right? It's paper-thin smokescreen. You can look at how much money they spend. So let me share some of this with you, right? In 2020, they spent £17 billion on new fossil fuel infrastructure. Yeah, about 1%, 3 to 5% was spent on renewables. More money was spent on marketing than it was on renewable energy. To pretend that they are part of this solution. They spent less than £20 million on carbon capture. Right, carbon capture, their solution to this whole crisis, to get technology that can take the carbon dioxide from power stations. They did a little bit of that. But you know what they did on the ground? They used it in oil and gas fields to extract out more gas. Whoa! Yeah, exactly. It's a circus, isn't it? Now, Dora, I don't know whether you know about your experience. Yeah, please do.
Thank you, yes. My name is Dora, and I entered this country with a job in the oil and gas industry. That's the whole reason I was here in the first place. I came here in 2016, and I moved to Scotland. I got a great job at a company whose one of their major customers was Shell. My job was to sell flow control elements to offshore platforms. And even at the time, I was quite aware of climate change. But this is the story of many of us here and in this country, right? We are told this story that as long as we do our best and to secure our living and secure our future, it will be all right. But it took me years. The wealth, the money that came from my supposed hard work, from nowhere, right? There is no infinite amount of wealth in this planet. It keeps circulating around. And the money I got from my company and companies like Shell, who my company served, got this money from the exploitation of the planet. Shell and companies like Shell are basically sucking the North Sea dry as we speak. There are about 184 offshore platforms, offshore rigs, just in the North Sea. But if you look at the globe, Shell is everywhere, right? It's taking oil and gas out of our planet. If the North Sea was a woman, I would say it's being berated right now. What I guess I would like to say before I pass this mic on to someone amazing is that it is possible to change. And that's the message I would like to leave here for Shell. There are moments in history when there is a possibility to do a symbolic action that can have a massive ripple effect. And what people at Shell can do right now is to come out, put down their company, say, I am with you and I'm quitting this job because I realize this is destroying our lives. It has already destroyed many, many lives. We have been doing it for 30 years and I'm no longer complicit to this devastation. And I can assure that anyone walking down the building right now will be welcomed with and forgiveness, because we want to work together. We are all part of this system. We all benefit from oil and gas. We have been benefiting. We need to get together and find a different way of living. And we can absolutely do that. We have done that in the past. But we need symbolic actions that only people in power can do right now. So please come down, please join us, put down your badge, and let's do this together. Let's end the era of fossil fuel, and let's pay the global south first for what we have taken. Let's concentrate on reparations. And let's give people jobs, meaningful jobs of rewilding, restoration of key ecosystems that have been destroyed. But if we can restore them, there is a chance for a bright future. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name's Fran. Should we do a little chant? Should we do, hey, ho, fossil fuels have got to go, say hey, ho, fossil fuels have got to go, say hey, ho, fossil fuels have got to go, fossil fuels is over. Today I've been thinking about the Agoni 9. If you don't know who they are, I would look them up. It's been almost 30 years. So they got killed by the Nigerian government in 1995. So that's like the same age as me, basically. So you can work out how old I am. And Shell colluded with the Nigerian government. They actively worked with them. They were activists, and one of them was a writer as well, and they were killed. And the wives of these people, they were fighting for like almost 30 years just to try and get justice for them. So we all really need to remember like what an absolute privilege it is to be here today and to be able to show our faces and to be able to recognise that we're doing this for us and our future and our families, but we also need to do it for them and use our privilege for them and speak on it. Thank you.
All right, I think we're going to invite everyone to stand back up again, and we're going to make our way beyond. Never beyond me.
I can try and get you.
I'm someone that I listen to the news a lot, LBC. I think on Friday, you guys were at Tower Bridge.
Yes, they were near the banner drop, yes.
Yeah, and at times they're on M25, M1, you know. At times it could be headache and people are going to work, people are going to school and all that, but at the same time, you know, you're doing this for a particular cause. And we're all human beings, I believe, so you're doing it for all of us. If this is the way they can do it, I guess, what can we do? They have to do what they can do, and it might be a headache, but I think for you to get in touch with Boris Johnson or whoever, you have to really do what you have to do to get his attention so that I could do something about it.
The right time to do this?
Well, there's no right time to change absolutely everything, and that's what we've been told that we need to do, and we're putting it off, and we've been putting it off for years and years and years. There's been lots of obfuscation of the truth, there's been lots of lying, there's been lots of PR campaigns, lots of bullshit. The people who are ripping you off on energy now, who are making bonanza like record fucking profits, they're doing buyback schemes so they can give themselves fat bonuses whilst you're struggling to pay your bills. They are the same people who lied their fucking arse off to tell you that, like, actually their business wasn't going to cause the collapse of civilization when they knew fine well that it was. It's all on the public record. Everyone's crying at COP 5 months ago going, woe is me, we've failed the world, the deal's not there, everyone's, you know, headed for catastrophe. And then a war breaks out and opportunism starts and everyone says, oh, actually, let's just do new oil and gas. And it's a fucking disgrace.
Commuter chaos this morning and delays for the day as high levels of water brought services to the Edifice says we should be praised for more of this. Forget summer, they say it's quick.
But the evidence in the record now is becoming clearer and clearer. No longer assume the temperature of the world is stable.
The average American, that carbon footprint is about 16 tons of carbon emissions.
What about COP26? What is COP?
The potential threats to the surrounding natural environment breaking frequency of the ocean. The UN is calling the world's first climate change fountain. 記録的な暑さだとか、あと危険な毎日、記録的な暑さだとか、そういう時代です。
Scientists are correct in their fears.
The sure sign of climate change.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. No, and that's because the more we take, the less there is for future generations.
Hi everyone, we're on the move again. I've been joined by a bit about why you're here, what's motivated you.
Well, I brought my band to say I'm here for a planet full of life, and I feel like we have got a planet full of life, and that's such an incredibly precious thing
that we have to do anything we can to save it, really. And so I really hope that some people are listening to our protest and are going to do something about it, and stopping drilling for new oil would be a great start.
Yeah, we just stopped outside the Shell HQ. How did that make you feel?
Well, when I think, like, I look around at my children, and I think, what would you do to save your children's life? You would do anything, right? Well, Shell could really, really do something. They could actually make an enormous difference, but they don't. They don't. They choose their own profit first. How could they do that?
In fact, they make it worse.
They make it, yeah.
Shell killed the bees. What did the bees ever do to Shell?
That's so true. I feel equally as angry and frustrated. I'm a mother too. I've got 2 young children. And I hear that you're organising the event tomorrow outside the Tate Modern. Would you like to say a bit about that?
Well, we're really looking forward to some outreach tomorrow, for a chance, instead of marching along with the drums, to kind of sit down with people and have a bit of a chat.
In the world, responsible for 2% of all CO2 emissions since the middle of the 19th century. And since 1991, we know that Shell has been totally aware of what they're doing. They even had the audacity to produce a video called Climate of Concern, in which Shell scientists outlined all of the climate horrors that we have since seen come to pass. And since then, Shell has doubled down on fuel extraction and made vast profits, knowing that that is going to cause death, destruction, misery for billions of people. The Shell video talked about climate refugees. It talked about 4 degrees of all the things that we know, and this has been happening for the last 30 years. Shell was recently was ordered by a court in The Hague to reduce its emissions by 45% by 2030.
I just want to say thank you still there. There's going to be something to remove that. But obviously, we know that you're stuck, so we're not going to try to remove you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As
you're saying.
And Shell was ordered by a court in The Hague to reduce its emissions by 45% to 30, and they said that they were disappointed with that decision. They continued to double down on fossil fuel extraction, and that's why they moved their headquarters from Netherlands to the UK. And we're here not because we're angry with anybody who works here. We're actually here to speak to the people who work here and ask the people that work here, are you really up for doing this, up for being a part of this? We know that most people are just paying their bills, paying their mortgage, looking after their kids. And we know that most people are good people. And we're here to ask you to really think about what you're doing, and do you really want to be part of this planetary destruction? This is a profit-driven mission of mass ecocide and genocide. Between 2018 and 2020, 90% of Shell's investment went into fossil fuels. Only between 3 and 5% of their investment went into renewables. At the moment, Shell is undertaking a massive greenwashing campaign to try to persuade the public and the people who work for this company that they are a solution to the problem. This is obscene. This is like beating up a child and then offering it a Band-Aid and expecting praise for that. Last year, Shell made $19.3 billion in profit. That's up from $4.8 billion the year before. And this is driven, these profits are driven by a massive hike in gas prices. So people in the UK now are struggling to pay their fuel bills, they're struggling to put food on the table and to heat their homes, while this corporation makes $19.3 billion, quadruples their profit in a year. And we think that's absolutely obscene. It's perverse, and we're all allowing it. We're allowing it by allowing this company to operate in this country, to operate at all. And the people who work here, although the people who work here are not bad people, They are also complicit in this. We're all complicit in this problem until we change. So we're here to ask that the HR team of this company sends an email to every member of staff, giving them some options. One thing they could do is come outside and speak to some people from our organisation who can give them some guidance on redirecting their careers. There are lots of things that people can do with the skills that you've developed in this company. You could actually tell the public about what happens on the inside. No one who works in here is evil, but what this company does is horrific and evil. The outcome of the profits and the extraction and the fossil fuel burning of this company are absolutely horrific. And we need to challenge ourselves to change. Everybody needs to do that. The police need to do that. The people in security here need to do that. Reception, you look like a lovely person, a good person. But think about what the company that you're working for is doing. It is literally destroying the future of everybody on this planet. If you have children, or you know children who are going to grow up in the next few decades, think about the fact that Shell is going to continue to invest millions in further fossil fuel extraction, now reconsidering its decision on Cambo to develop further North Sea oil gas extraction. This cannot continue. And the people who work for this organisation have a choice. You are not choiceless. It's totally understandable that you're paying the bills and that you're doing what you think is right. But please, can you think about changing, getting a different job, talking to the press about what happens inside this corporation, talk about the greenwashing, talk about the idea that this company is pretending to be a solution to a problem that it has created. Please, 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 can you reconsider your options? You do not have to be here. I know that everybody likes to think in terms of like day-to-day practical problem solving. Right now you're thinking about how can we get rid of these annoying people? But please, we are begging you to look inside yourselves and reconsider what the moral thing to do is. Is it to follow the instructions that your team leader has given you? Or is it to actually think, could I get a different job in a company that is not destroying the planet? The destruction caused by Shell's activities in the Niger Delta is still not been resolved. It's still not been cleaned up. 1 million people whose lives have been contaminated and ruined by Shell's activities in the Niger Delta. This is absolutely unforgivable. And you are not unforgivable for working here, but this corporation is unforgivable. It is absolutely outrageous that this is continuing to be allowed to happen. Our government is responsible, but we all have to find in ourselves the strength to take some responsibility and do the right thing. Please, please, can you start thinking about whether or not you want to keep working for this corporation? Last year, Shell was given a £90 million tax rebate. The last time I got a tax rebate, I got about 50 quid, and I was over the moon. A £90 million tax rebate given back from the government on the tiny fraction of taxes that this company actually pays. So the government is a part of this problem. People in the government need to think about what their responsibility is. It was welcomed by the UK government that Shell was moving its headquarters to this country. They said it would be good for our economy. It might be good for our economy in the short term, in an extremely limited, unimaginative way, but it is also providing a haven for a corporation that is literally destroying all of our futures. Please, can you listen to what I'm saying?
Just to update those watching, we have several rebels inside Shell headquarters. We have asked to see somebody from HR, but instead security have been called. We are glued on. And there are several more rebels glued on outside.
There are some lovely people outside.
Yeah, we can
redirect employees of this company to a new career. We would love it if you go out to people and think about what we as a human species. Antonio Guterres said this week, finally he stood up and said with desperation in his voice, he said that this corporation, people like this corporation and politicians, he actually called them out finally as liars because they're saying one thing and doing another. He said that we are now on a fast track to climate catastrophe. He said that climate activists like us are portrayed as radical extremists. And then he said the actual extremists are the people who are continuing to extract, sell and burn fossil fuels. We have got to listen to him now. We've been ignoring that message for decades. We have got to start thinking about what that actually means. The former UK climate envoy said a few years ago that the behaviour of this corporation is narcissistic, paranoid and psychopathic. We've got to start thinking about corporations in those terms, behaving like psychopaths, saying one thing and doing another on a desperate, awful rampage into death and misery for billions and billions of people. I can see the people who are working here are thinking about how to get rid of us, and I totally understand that. And that's like the obvious reaction in these situations. But we've got to start rewiring ourselves. We've got to stop thinking about this in these terms, about dealing with the initial problem now. What does it mean that people have come in here and glued themselves to your reception desk? We don't want to be doing this. A lot of people in this building, and maybe you guys who work for the police, are understandably annoyed because you're thinking, why am I having to deal with this disruption? And I really get that. You should not have to be having to do this. We shouldn't be having to do this. You should be doing your job and looking after people. But the disruption that we cause is nothing, grain and sand to do everybody. So we're thinking about this as well.
All right, so we're outside the Shell building, and just off South Bank. We've got some rebels here glued on. Guys, why are you doing this?
Well, we're bringing the rebellion to the bad actors this week. We're targeting the people who are causing the most damage. So yesterday we were at Lloyd's and today we're at Shell. Shell is one of the multinational companies that is responsible for the most amount of global emissions historically. 2% of all emissions since the mid-19th century are attributable to this one company. And they are determined not to clean up their act. So 90% of their investments last year went into fossil fuel projects, and only 3 to 5% of their investment is going into green energy. And we're here because that's not acceptable anymore. We've got to change.
What personally brought you here?
Well, if we go back to the 90s and look at Shell's activities in the Niger Delta and the persecution of the Ogoni people, the murder of Ken Saro-Wiwa, the writer and activist who was murdered by the military government of Nigeria, and the environmental catastrophe that the Niger Delta has become. And of course, what my dear friend here just said, you know, Shell's ongoing contribution to the appalling state of the unfolding climate crisis.
But recently, the Shell got brought into the Dutch government, Dutch courts. Yeah, did that do anything? Do you think that's actually pushed things along?
It's very difficult to say at the moment. Early days, I think. It depends whether, you know, the Dutch government caves into their appeal. I mean, it's hard to know.
What are you doing?
I'm here today because we need to do things differently, because we are stuck in a rut which is taking us towards complete and utter collapse of our ecosystems, of our planet, of all that live on it. You know, I met someone when I was in Scotland. I went to COP, and I met this beautiful young woman there. She was maybe 18, 19, and she was from Nigeria, and she lost her father in a spontaneous fire. And she was telling me that actually where she lives, that the rivers have been poisoned and that the land is poisoned, and you get these kind of spontaneous fires that just kill people, and that nothing is certain there. And it's just absolutely devastating. I was absolutely heartbroken to hear her story. So I'm here also representing all of those that have been left in the total devastation, which has been left by Shell and actually by other multinational companies. I mean, the same as my friend here was saying, you know, they invest a tiny amount in renewable energy, and, you know, they're hoping to expand actually on their investment in fossil fuels. They're not planning on reducing that, they're planning on expanding by 20% in the next couple of decades or so. So, you know, it's completely the wrong direction. The IPCC report, the International Energy Agency, you know, they're all telling us, you know, Antonio Gutierrez, they're all telling us the time is now. If we don't act right now, then there will be, you know, it's just going to be a disaster, but a disaster rolling forward. So we need to act. We know what we need to do. We've got lots of the answers, and we need everybody on board. We need these guys to change their ways and stop and get out of the situation. Oh, thank you. I lost it.
There are some people criticise that causing disruption, causing guys gluing on. I mean, what are your thoughts about that?
I just think something has to be done. I mean, I've really just joined in this, and I've done it because I believe in what these guys are doing, and I want to be able to say that I've done something or tried to do something. In simple terms, it's something has to be done, and this seems as good as anything to raise attention and to affect the people that need to be affected.
Thank you, guys. Well done.
We're here to talk to HR because we feel like there's not much point in talking to the people at the top of the corporation like this, because those people clearly have not got any idea what's going on. You okay, guys? Yeah, we're here to talk to someone from HR, if that's all right.
Is it right you've glued yourself to the desk?
We have, yeah.
You haven't done any damage to yourself, have you?
Hello. Can you say that so that people know what's happened, otherwise we're trying to restrict them.
If you have children or family, they are making huge profits out of people's misery. They're climate refugees now. Do you think Shell cares about the climate refugees? Do you think Shell cares about the hike in gas prices? Do you think Shell cares about the fact that people are choosing between heating their homes or buying food? It's not really. Do you know, we're talking about a catastrophe here. In 1990, Shell made a documentary about climate change. They knew about everything that was happening then. They talked about the science of climate change and fossil fuel emissions, and they knew what the consequences were in 1990. And what did they do? They invested in fossil fuels. Instead, they did exactly the opposite. They invested 90% of their profits into fossil fuels and 3 to 5% of their profits into renewable energy when they knew what they were doing.
Sorry about this. Is someone come up and inside this corporation? Talk about the communication, talk about the idea that this company is pretending to be a solution to a problem that it has created. Please, 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 can you reconsider your options? You do not have to be here. I know everybody likes to think in terms of like day-to-day practical problem solving. Right now you're thinking about how to get into one of the most dangerous companies in the world. But please, we are begging you. A recent study by Lee et al. In 2022 published a report showed that there is a measurable gap between Shell's commitments and Shell's actions. They pledged to decrease to net zero by 2050. They are not even on track.
Secretary General of the UN said that we need to be turning to renewables in Parliament now. There isn't any more time left. David King said the next 3 to 5 years are we got to sort out this problem. It's getting irrelevant, but that was the gist. Shell are doing nothing about it. I wish they had to be me. I would work for them more. I know as well that a lot of investors are divesting against the people of the wine lands. 50 years of exploitation and Shell's continuous oil spills have left the region, which was once pristine, beautiful wildlife, has left the region an ecological disaster. With its soil no longer viable for agriculture, not fit for people to live in, its people poisoned, now with cancer, and its groundwater massively contaminated with carcinogens. How are we all feeling, folks? Right now, you are not complicit.
4 other rebels glued to Shell headquarters. The reason I'm here is because I'm terrified for my future, because the climate crisis is going to make our lives in the UK and as well as all over the world very difficult very, very shortly. And Shell is contributing massively to that. As others have said, 2% of CO2 and methane emissions since the 19th century have been caused by Shell, which I find absolutely mind-blowing. And yet, despite all of the IPCC reports, all of the science, all of the people saying, including the UN Secretary General, saying that we need to change, we need to stop this, we need to invest in renewables, less than 5% of their money is going into renewables, and they're continuing to expand fossil fuel use. That's all. I just can't sit and do nothing, so that's why I'm here. We've asked to speak to a senior manager. It's been denied, so here we are, and we'll wait and hope that someone comes to speak to us. Do you have anything else to say?
Yeah, I'll just add as well, because I think it's important to know who we are. We're just normal people. I used to be a secondary school teacher, and I used to work with kids, a lot of kids who come from difficult backgrounds. And I saw the education system is another scenario, another setting where there's loads of really good people, really well-intentioned, caring people, but they're part of a system that is not working for those young people. Those young people have not got a future anymore. And the kids go into school with a number stamped on their head, and most of them are set up to fail. And that's just awful. What my point is that this is every part of our life these days. This attitude, quantify everything, everything has to be about numerical outcomes, it has to be about profit. Schools are now all becoming academies, and you've got corporate people running them. And we have to start thinking differently. We've got to change. So I couldn't carry on doing that, even though I love my job and I love working with young people. I love trying to help them, but I saw that I was helping them in a system that wasn't working for them. And it's the same in this corporation. You've got good people who are trying to do specific things within their team, and they're probably not seeing the bigger picture. They're not seeing that their role in this company is a cog in a machine which is killing us. And in the education system, it's less obvious, but here, you just can't get away from it. You cannot get away from it. As we just heard, the International Energy Agency, which is not like some eco-friendly activist organization, it's a conservative, economically minded institute. And they said last year, we have to stop all new fossil fuel extraction. So what is this corporation doing? And my only answer to that is, it's addicted to profit. And that, I kind of get that. We understand that corporations are legally obliged to maximize their profits for shareholders. But doesn't that have to change? Doesn't it have to change that we treat children as numbers and think of our success criteria in our corporate role, whether that's in education or in fossil fuel extraction? We see that role as a thing that we have our own little success about. We get to where we want to be, and we get the next pay grade, and we move up, and we get our mortgage, and we work, and we survive. But we've got to stop thinking that. We've got to stop looking at the small picture and start looking at the big picture. And what that involves is, if you see yourself working in a system, in an organization, in a corporation that is doing something wrong, we've got to stand up, walk away, call it out, say it's the same in the medical profession. It's the same in insurance. Yesterday, some of our friends went to Lloyd's and made the point that Lloyd's insures and backs financially these corporations. So they're part of the problem as well. If you're a lawyer and your job is to legally defend these people, what are you doing? If you're a politician and you're interested in votes, that's your short-term goal. Please, please start to think about the bigger picture. Unless we start to change the way things work. As the IPC, as the UN is telling us, we need to change everything. And they're also telling us that we need a genuine grassroots movement of people who are conscious of this problem to rise up and demand change from our leaders.
Yeah, it's a shame I can't go and talk to the other rebels because I too am glued on. But I'm sure they would all be saying similar things. We all want the same thing here. We can hear some speeches and chanting outside. It seems that the rest of the rebels who were taking action today have joined us outside. We can see banners. We can see placards. We can hear the samba band. Shall have a really beautiful picture up above their reception desk of this beautiful landscape and a person sort of alone enjoying the landscape. And it's kind of ironic that because they're destroying beautiful landscapes such as these by their use of fossil fuels. So perhaps this is just intended to be a memory of what we're losing. I don't think that's how they mean it. They've also got lots of plants, but I think they're fake. You can see rebels being searched by the police outside.
It looks now like the whole building is surrounded by people with flags, and there's a trampoline outside that says jump ship.
Oh yes, there's a trampoline outside, yes. Saying jump ship because, as we've said, we'd like employees of Shell to know But they don't have to work for this organisation that's contributing to so much destruction. We understand that you want to put food on the table for your families and pay your bills, but ultimately, do you want to do so at the cost of our civilization?
So I'm here now inside the Shell Centre. I've managed to get quite far in, but unfortunately all the doors are key fobbed, so I cannot go anywhere. There's a lift access, which is a goods lift, and I can't go anywhere. What I really want to do is get into the boardroom. I want to get into the boardroom of Shell and tell them that their exploitative extraction has no place in the modern world. Shell perceiving themselves to be a solution, but they are not a solution until they stop extracting fossil fuels from the ground. So at the moment, I'm currently stuck in a corridor in Shell.
Quick shout out to the Samba band because we can hear them loud and clear, and it's really encouraging when we're quite lonely in here. All the staff have left.
Okay, so you can't make too much of it. Yeah. What have you got on your poster? What's that?
Do you want to show it to the camera? You can change jobs, you can't change planets.
You can change jobs, you can't change planets. What else you got? Unfortunately, I find all that will
Is your loyalty to your employer or to planet Earth? That's the question we're asking the employees of Shell today.
If everybody makes a small change.
Yeah. And anyway, it will happen anyway. So, everyone's job is going to go suddenly and quickly. So better plan for it now, isn't it? Better get some green jobs, move back.
Job shift.
Exactly.
Because as soon as they don't need staff anymore, that's good. That'll be it. Just go on the summer. How's it going with the free and stuff like that?
So I'm now currently on level 4 of the Shell building. Outside, beautiful rebels are holding the doors. I'm going to continue having a mooch around. I don't really want to be doing this, I'm quite nervous. Also out of breath because I've had to take the stairs, very unfit. But I'm doing this, I'm taking this action to basically highlight Shell's aggressive approach to extracting oil in foreign countries. You know, the people who live in those countries don't want you there, Shell. Just like you don't want me in your building. I'm doing this for the love of my 4 nieces who have absolutely no say in the future of this planet. The planet that your corporation is destroying. The planet that has no future if we continue on the path that we're going. If we continue extracting fossil fuels, my nieces will have no future. I don't want to be here. I'm a teacher. I'm an art teacher. I want to be making art. That's what I want to be doing. Instead, I'm on level 4 of the fucking Shell building. The security is atrocious in this building. They want to sort their shit out.
So we're outside the Shell headquarters, which is on the bank of the River Thames. Huge tourist area and inconspicuous building with no signage.
The world. There are people, there's around 80 million people at the moment who've had to be displaced. Not all because of climate change, but a lot of it because of climate change. There are whole swathes of the world, like the Sahel region in Africa, the Middle East, in Central and South America, in North America as well, people in New Orleans, people all around the world.
It makes you think, oh, I can just be displaced. I will just move from this nice house to another nice house somewhere else. It doesn't happen like that.
It's one of the many euphemisms of this debate, isn't it?
When people get displaced, people die, unfortunately. The main death, you know, the main cause of death from climate change is at the moment. The number 1 cause of death. Suicide. Suicide.
Suicide.
Suicide, because people lose their livelihoods, people lose their family homes, people lose everything that gave their life meaning. It's happening all over the globe in the South. It's a huge mental health, environmental tragedy of ridiculous proportions. People are killing themselves in their droves because everything that they knew is gone. Imagine how you would feel if London was just not inhabitable anymore. Sorry, just displace myself. I haven't got a job, I haven't got a home, I haven't got any money, I haven't got somewhere to go. That's displacement. It means killing people. Imagine if you're sick. Imagine if you're ill. Imagine if you just had a baby. You know, you don't just displace yourself. How many millions did you say?
80 million at the moment. That's a couple of years old though, that statistic, so it's probably a lot more now. But the Met Office has recently said that at 2 degrees of warming, that'll be 1 billion people, 1 billion climate refugees forced to leave their homes, forced to leave everything they know. And what happens when hundreds of millions, billions of people forced to leave their homes? That means famine, and it means war, and it means mass death. And we have to stop thinking about like these short-term crises as things that have to totally preoccupy us. Of course we should be worried and concentrating on the war in Ukraine, of course we should. And that should take up a lot of our concentration and energy, and we should be looking after the people and trying to stop that conflict. And of course we should be responding to things like the COVID crisis. And if there's an economic crisis, of course we should respond to that. But we've got to see that climate breakdown means it's not a crisis in these terms. It's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. It's not going to be a thing like a war or a pandemic that's bad for a while and then gets better. We know that with every fraction of warming that happens, it makes more warming more likely. We are on a precipice. And once we've gone over that precipice, there could well be no coming back. We don't know how many tipping points have already gone. The Amazon rainforest in the next few years could well be gone. It's already dying. It's stopped being a carbon sink. And the Arctic sea ice is fast disappearing, and that is going to trigger huge amounts of warming. When the ice is gone, it stops reflecting heat from the sun. We know this. It's a really basic scientific fact that when the ice is gone, the dark blue ocean absorbs more heat and increases warming. These tipping points are happening all over the world in all kinds of ways. And those processes have started and they cannot be reversed. We have got to start preparing, and we have to mitigate as fast as we possibly can. But this corporation is doing literally the opposite of that. It is continuing to double down on massive profits while we know what the future holds and what is happening right now.
And many millions more on creating more and more and more. Focus on it, and actually try to become a world where there's a far
Secretary General has said that we are firmly on course for an unlivable future. He said that governments and business leaders are saying one thing and doing another. So put this simply, they are lying. And we're talking about the leaders of this company, so they know exactly what they're doing, and yet they're refusing to acknowledge the damage that they're doing. Last year, a court in the Netherlands ordered Shell to cut its emissions by 45% by 2030. Shell's responded by saying, we fully expect to appeal this disappointing decision. What kind of company does that? The International Energy Agency has said we need to stop all fossil fuel emissions immediately. But what is Shell doing? They are doing exactly the opposite. Is this the behaviour of a corporation that has any ethical concern for people or planet? Last year, Shell increased its profits from $4.8 billion the year before to $19.3 billion last year.
And so, on the 4th of April, just over a week ago, when I heard Antonio Guattari say, I want to read this out so I get the words exactly right. Climate activists are sometimes despicable.
Justice! Now! Climate justice! Now! Climate justice! Now!
But the UN General Secretary
Hello.
Hello.
Can you come and talk to us?
Do you work here?
Are you not interested in having this conversation? Why?
That's urgent. Because a couple of years ago, you can't say 30 years, you know.
Shell says we've got to.
Please, could you call someone to come down and speak? We've got to be here.
Sorry, I'm not recording you anymore. I'm not recording. The camera's not pointing at you.
We know that you're just doing a job, and we really don't want to disturb you. We know that you're a good person, but this corporation is literally killing everything on this planet. I know you are, and you have to change your jobs. You have to change your job. Because you're working, you're being paid, and I understand that you're just paying your bills, but you have to change your job. Please think about what you could do. Small change. I'm sure you've got the skills that could be useful somewhere else. Please think about your job, your career, your corporate, is committing everybody. The building of
There's a security, I don't know if you can hear that. There's an aid that the building is in lockdown.
If you wish to leave the building, see a security officer at your reception.
So potentially some employees may be coming down to leave the building shortly.
Hi guys, how's it going up here? Can you tell me what you do for this Shell? There's obviously protests going on outside. Just curious to know what you do actually for Shell inside this building.
What do you do, sorry?
I'm just making a film. I'm documenting the protests throughout the building. It's part of Shell's outreach as a part of our new greenwashing campaign.
Oh God, do I have to? I don't want to be there.
Okay, fair enough. Anyone else want to talk to me?
No, if it's alright, I'd rather not be honest.
You'd rather not? Okay, cool. No.
Situation was 30 years ago, and Shell knew Shell were a part of that understanding. And in the last 30 years, since we collectively as humanity have known that we have to stop extracting and burning fossil fuels, the total amount of greenhouse gases has doubled. So since we have known that we have to stop doing this, we've made the problem twice as bad. And when I say we, I mean all of us, especially the people who work here, and anybody who works in a job that supports this system, that supports the idea of making vast amounts of profit at the expense of everybody else, not just people, but nature, all of the species that are going extinct, the habitats that are dying, and it's driven by profit. And everybody who works here is working to get money. I can't understand how anybody could work here for any other reason, unless you're in total denial about what this corporation is doing. They have to keep us all addicted.
Yeah. And all that at the same time saying, oh, here's some alternatives to these drugs. But I've got a handful of drugs. Yeah, and we've got just like a little, I don't know, a little box. Maybe one or two alternatives. You know, each one, yeah.
To do it with love. To do it hoping, acting, demanding, and setting an example for the world we want to see. That ability is mesmerizing. And so I came here to thank you, all of you, for being the people that Antonio Guattara's almost called heroes. I'm going to do that. You're all of you, my heroes.
Kitty, just come over here. I just want to give him a hug. Is that all right? Yeah, for that. Just big up for Chile. What up, Chile? I'm going to get Simon Brother on just a moment, if that's all right. That's all right. Well, I've got a young man who had a really cool song that he wanted to help us to sing. Is he still around? Where's he gone? I hope he's still here. Oh, yeah, come on. Cool. So, I just want to say thank you for being here. We're not stopping, I don't believe. I'm not sure exactly. Well, let's just take a moment to hear some of those words. Just let them resonate inside us. We're doing the right thing here, everybody. I fervently believe that. Extinction! Extinction!
So this song is a little bit interactive. So when I say one people, you guys say one planet. It's no pressure, but it is just 2 words. One people.
One planet.
One people.
One planet.
One people.
One planet.
Birds of a feather, we fly together. No matter the weather, we fly together. A shared story and belief is what connects us. Correct and expect to inject some love in your life. A love injection, a redirection of connection, and a further inspection, a rejection of projecting certain differences between people as something bad. I'm sad that there's people in power who's glad that we're divided and misguided, lopsided, and decided this because we are stronger together. Because we are one people.
One planet.
One people.
One planet.
One people.
One planet.
I have climate anxiety and I can't contain it. I'll let my rhymes and jokes try to explain it. The IPCC said it's called red for humanity. Insanity. They said we're not doing enough to avoid calamity. The further I go down this thread, the more tears I shed. Because tears lead to fears, which lead to fears. But it's hard to cheers with your peers when scientists say CO2 levels are the highest they've been in 2 million years. I need more beers. The ones I have already have too many tears in them, but that could be the brand. It's unequivocal that human influence have warmed the atmosphere, ocean and land. We need to slow down population growth. Boris Johnson
about this corporation is I'm only asking you to leave this year.
I know you are, and you're just doing your job, and we're all just doing our job. But we're here because this corporation is making $19.3 billion of profit in a year when there's gas crisis, that ordinary families can't pay their gas bills. Not only are they robbing those poor people of their money, they are also condemning us all to a total catastrophe, a climate disaster.
He didn't stay to listen to the end of that, which is a shame.
Yeah, I guess he's just doing his job.
Yeah.
You're meant to look to your leaders and governments for time for support and advice, but right now, that's kind of like you're in a burning building and you've called the fire department and they said they're not going to do anything until things get much worse, but they are prepared to send in a counsellor with an iPad with Disney Plus on it. That's the current climate strategy of the world, without the counsellor. Like, mass flooding is going on outside, but Marvel has just uploaded a new Marvel movie on Disney Plus. It all balances out. Basically, my point is, buy Disney Plus. Thank you.
Andrew! Now, I'm going to introduce someone onto the stage. I think I would put him in a very interesting person category. And Simon, would you just introduce yourself? Because maybe we've got some new rebels who might not know what you've done. Just give us a bit of a chat.
Hello, humans. Hello, planet. I'm Simon. In 2019, I was amongst 7 very courageous and perhaps foolhardy humans who turned up here on an April morning and, determined to tell the truth of these times, smashed windows on the Shell building. We did this to get into a Crown court and to put ourselves and to surrender ourselves to the jury process. We were not allowed a legal defence. We were disallowed any defences of necessity or prevention of a crime. And so all we could do was tell the truth about ourselves, tell the truth about why our actions happened, why we felt so strongly that we had to do these things. The jury considered our actions. The judge said that the jury, by law, had to find us guilty because we literally had no defense in the eyes of the law. The jury came out and with tears in their eyes, they found us not guilty. They recognized that we live in extraordinary times. They recognized that our laws are inadequate and only protect those at the top. We talk about truth-telling. The truth is the easiest thing in the world is to walk past whilst injustice is happening. The easiest thing in the world is to walk past the homeless man at the fucking station who never has human connection day in, day out, apart from people trying to avoid them. The truth is these cops are also scared. The truth is in 20 years' time, they will be gunning down our children in food riots unless we change things now. It is said that life is not worth living until we have been called to defend it. And I utterly applaud everybody on the streets today who is coming forward to defend life in every way they do. I ask the policemen and policewomen here today to also continuing to defend life and to also consider joining us on these streets. They don't get a choice about what they do during the day, but sooner or later they've got to make a choice about whether they stand up for the people and the planet, or for the executives at the top of their building who think they have lifeboats on a burning planet where the waters are rising and where the insect populations are plummeting as we speak here. I've been asked also to talk about the Truthteller initiative at the moment, and the truth is I've got nothing in my head about that right now. I can't patter out some trite words or learnt script around that. The truth of these times is worth telling, and that is that we are fucked. The future is fucked. And when the children who grow up in the next 30 years, if they have that long, look back along these times, look back at the ashes and the body count and the extinctions that are claiming species day in, day out, they will wish that we told more of the truth. So I ask everybody here today whether they're in an Extinction Rebellion, the Metropolitan Police Force, to just consider that truth, to consider how we've been brought up to regard it and to champion it. There are no heroes on a dead planet, but we can all be champions of the truth. I've talked enough. Thank you very much.
Rebellion!
All right. Let's remember here, look, I just look out and I think about Extinction Rebellion. Potentially the most important project in the history of humanity, right? What is more important than saving the planet for future? For all of us, for all beings and all to come. And I just want you to take a moment, just while you're sitting down, just to have a look around. I'm just going to look people, catch them in the eye, look from face to face. There's not one bad egg amongst us, I don't think. We're good people. We're kind people. We're caring people. And we're here. We're serious. We have purpose. We have focus. We have our demands. We have our principles and values. And we have a vision of a future that is kinder, fairer, safer, healthier, and just generally more beautiful than this strange, insane, hollow thing that we seem to be living through right now. We are the ones we've been waiting for, right? And I sometimes sit down at night when I'm struggling to sleep or I've got things on my mind and I'm worried. Who here has been in a Zoom meeting that they didn't want to be in and they wanted to be out doing something else? Put your hand up. All right, it's not everyone. Who here has gone to bed one night troubled by what is going on and they've seen the news and they've not been able to quite switch it off? Who here, when they've been struggling on what to do and they didn't know what to do, they picked up a phone to one of their rebel buddies on Signal or Telegram, I hasten to add, and spoken to them about it? Who has done that? And look, we know Extinction Rebellion is hard work. No one's saying it's easy. No one's saying it's glamorous. It's hard work. But we're asking ourselves all the time to step up, to push our comfort zones. We've got to keep going. And we're asking now the members of the public, I don't know if we can see that many around. We're asking the public to join us. We have no time. The people in these corporations are trying to run down the clock. They're trying to empty the till while no one is looking. But we the minimum amount that we feel required understands that these companies are not our friends. Right now, we are killing us. They're killing us.
Hello. I'm good, thanks.
By as much as them. Let them day to day crack on. Our government, the presidents, is COP26 until whenever later on this year, COP27 is. Our presidency, more fossil fuel executives were let into the negotiation of the safe course for our planet than there were representatives from countries. How fucked up is that? I don't like to swear in case we get children around. But it's totally insane. I cannot believe it. And so I say to us here, we're doing the right thing. And if you have any doubts, and if you worry that there's not enough people here, and you worry if we're doing it right, just know that we're doing our best, and we cannot do any more than our best. Can we? All right, Extinction Rebellion. I'm going to bring someone else on. Someone who's been very brave. And I wanted to welcome you to Extinction Rebellion. debating, keep away, enjoy that delicious vegan food. Can I get a shout out for Harry Krishna while I'm here? I've eaten a lot of Harry Krishna food, and it keeps the rebellion rolling, all right? David, over to you.
As Chidi said, this is an emotional space for people of colour. Understanding history is so important in how this was driven to the crisis that we're in now. And the more I learn, the more I understand the value of black and brown bodies. And it was bodies they saw, not people, not humans, bodies. And that's how these oil companies have been going around exploiting. And slavery was that mechanism, right? This mechanism that was derived to crush the human spirit and soul of so many of our ancestors. And that same evil crushing of souls and humans and bodies is now reaching everybody. There's going to be no separation from the brown, the black, and the white bodies as this evil machine comes and screws with us mentally and physically. And it's in this lack of education that the humans throughout the globe didn't recognize or understand the threat that was coming for their life too. And the fact that Chidi so beautifully said that amongst you, our brothers and sisters in Extinction Rebellion, we found people who've understood the history, who understand the impact of why and how we happen to have got here. It is the devaluing and the absolute destruction and breaking of the spirit of our ancestors that got us here. So when the people in this building, and I actually have a friend that's in this building, and I speak to the beautiful workers in this building, I ask you, please look at your history. I know there's some of you thinking in the corporate social responsibility sector in these organizations think that it's better to be inside and create change from within. There is no change from within when it's toxic from the core. There is no room for change within when the very evil that is going to crush the human ability to survive. It is now or never that all those in all of the organizations, big corporates, whether they be fossil fuel gas or any other corporation that is extracting money and wealth into these destructive fuels, no job called corporate social responsibility is gonna cut it.
Cut it. You cannot make effective change from within. You need to be here next to me. So if you call yourself my friend, if you call yourself someone who racist, then you must be on the streets with this, because nothing else is showing that. I get it that you have children. I get it that you have bills to pay. But you two need to move, and move fast. There is
challenge them. And number one, to the police officers in uniforms here today, you are not just police officers in uniform. You are the very humans I'm talking about. You have that human spirit. You have the human family of your own. They are at stake, and you are at stake. And remember, as the crushing system of colonialism and capitalism comes hurtling towards my neck to suppress my voice, it will one day come for yours. So we saw this in the protesters in India, the farmers, when their government forced the police to brutalize them. What happened is those very officers took off their badge, took off their uniforms, recognizing they cannot beat their brothers and sisters. So we invite you to take off your badges, take off your uniforms, because you, as the human you, is in equal danger to us and as welcome and loved by us to be on these streets. And remember the other thing. This is a hard truth for those that believe in democracy. We do not have a functioning democracy. This democracy is fascist. This democracy is authoritarian. We are no longer in a democracy. There's so much evidence out there that this government is extracting wealth and power at a rapid speed in order to crush our voices. They're bringing out the police crime sentencing bill. And then, if that wasn't enough, they thought, oh, these brown and black people, we don't want them speaking up. So we bring out the Nationalities and Borders Bill as well. So here you go. If you wanted any more evidence of this government's authoritarian and racist and fascist intent, look up the Nationalities and Borders Bill. Because my life, as I stand here, is still separated from the white person here. They've put another chain around my neck so that I am not brave enough, or that my brothers and sisters who need to have their voice heard so we have an equitable future are too scared to stand on this mic. So that's why when you see one of us, know that we come with so much more of a burden to risk so much to be stood here, because they can make me stateless even though I'm British. A heartbeat. They can take me off the streets, put me in a van, put me in a cell, put me in a plane, and make me stateless. This bill terrifies every black and brown person here. That's what they're going to expose us to, and it's called the Nationalities and Borders Bill. And so I say to the police force here, is this really the world that you want to see for yourself and the family? Who do you protect? Who do you serve? Remind yourself of the oath that you took. You protect and serve the public. The public means me, my family, and all of the beautiful people that you see here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. Julie, you wanted to come back? All right. So, Extinction Rebellion, look, I know we're hearing some hard stuff today, but let's just remember, we're hearing some hard stuff, and it's important to sit with it and hold on to it just a bit and try to take it with us as we press on for justice for everybody and all to come, because we need that if we're going to win here. So I'm going to get Chidi back, he has to come back on, and I'm going to get someone else to come on very shortly after that, and then I'm going to find out, wondering what we're going to get up to.
Thank you. Thanks very much for putting up with me for a second time. I promise there'll be no blubbering, no tears this time, just actual words. I need to start by thanking Bhavini
whose bravery and forthrightness is incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, always send a woman to do a man's job. The other thing I wanted to say was that one of the key reasons why I wanted to come here today was that there is progress. And it's really important that we tell ourselves these stories about progress, because they have to balance out the dire horror of what we know waits down the road if we carry on like this. And the one bit of progress I want to focus on is what happened on the 26th of May last year. On the 26th of May last year, the district court in The Hague, in the case of Friends of the Earth, Greenpeace, 4 other environmental organizations, and 17,386 individuals. All of those people sued Shell. Now, I've often described our fight as David versus Goliath. But you kind of need to sort out these proportions slightly. If Goliath was twice or 3 times the size of David, you know, it wasn't really a match, right? But Shell's net worth, properly accounted for, is in trillions. They are Goliath to governments, babies. We as individuals are insects fighting Goliath. Small, almost insignificant. But what happened on the 26th of May, 2021, is that 17,386 insects gathered around Goliath. And they won. So that's what we're doing here today. We're coalition building. We're inviting other like minds to join us. We're shining a light for others to follow out of the tunnel. Because this building is full of PhDs like you wouldn't imagine. I mean, they've been to MIT, they've been to Harvard, they've been to Oxford, they've been to Cambridge. They know everything there is to know about a small amount of life. And for some bizarre reason, I've watched on television over the past 3 or 4 years a 15-year-old Swedish schoolgirl school them on corporate strategy. All of them in their $1 trillion multi-PhD tower against a Swedish schoolgirl who shone a light that we all followed here. And our numbers are growing despite the injustice, despite the challenges, despite everything that seems to be against us. Our numbers are growing. If you had told me 10 years ago that an Ipsos Mori poll in the UK would show that environmentalism, environmental concerns, climate change was in the top 2 concerns for the British public, if you told me 10 years ago this was possible, I would have said you must be joking. You know, my friends and I were environmentalists, but no one else cares. That's not true anymore. Everyone cares now. And they care because of the way that we have done this. And we must carry on like this. We must carry on being peaceful. We must carry on being determined. We must carry on relying on the science. We must carry on doing one last thing that Bhavini virtually hinted at. There's more of us than there is of them. Never forget that. Because you'll be told that your concerns are irrelevant. They're not. You'll be told that your actions are incorrect. They're not. You'll be told you'll never succeed. You will.
You'll be told that you're not making a difference and the world isn't changing. It is. We're at this point now, having come from some very dark places quite recently. So if you close your eyes for 5 minutes and you think, imagine where we could be in 1 year, in 2 years, in 3 years, in 4 years, in 5 years. Imagine where we could be. Imagine if we had citadels that actually understood that you cannot make a profit on a dead planet. Imagine if we understood chief executives who could talk about why it's important to make transition happen now, while we have a livable planet, not later after we don't. Because if you can imagine that, if you can think that through, and if you understand that we are the many and they are the few, you realize that that whole episode of fight and flight, with bills that frighten and terrify people, with police who are meant to stand up against their own personal interests, this weird dichotomy of a world in which we are saying, let's make the world livable, and we apparently are the bad guys. They are saying, it's cool, let's kill everything. And they're the good guys? I feel like I shouldn't preach to you too much, because I want to repeat the demand that I made as I cried my way through my first speech. I'm asking again, because I am one man. I'm no threat to this. I'm asking Mr. Van der Burden, the chief executive of Shell, to meet me in a live 15-minute, 30-minute debate on Sky Television. They promise they will air it. You're a clever man. You have billions of dollars with which to do research and show me that I'm wrong. And I'm willing to listen to you if you're willing to listen to me. I ask you again, please, 30 minutes on television. Let's discuss it so the world can see. Unfortunately, I know this company from the inside out. So I know that this building is flooded with truth tellers who cannot speak because they're afraid. And I want to tell them, if they should ever see this speech, that actually, the truth is, so are we. We're terrified. We don't know what else to do except to ask you to join us any way you can. Truthteller.life is online. You can submit evidence of what happens in Shell that's hidden from the public. Blow the whistle. And once again, the chief executive of Shell, you can save yourself the embarrassment of having your staff tell the rest of the world why what you're doing is wrong, by coming out and telling us why what you think you're doing is right. To thank all of those who come in today carrying placards, I've been asked by the owners of Truthteller.life to ask you all, please, to carry placards with names and stand in front of the building in an equal row so that we can take a photograph of the placards and the names that we can post and publicize so that we can show that we absolutely came in peace. We absolutely came to call out the names of our brothers, our friends, our sisters, our partners, our neighbors, our fellow citizens, our fellow Londoners, our fellow humans. Please join us. Thank you. Alright, so we're Extinction Rebellion, so we've got a quick ask. This is like a school photo moment. Can anyone pick up one of these Truthteller placards? I've got one here. If you can just volunteer quickly, come along, grab one. We're going to get a photo in front of the Shell building. I've got some news here. Give me a shout if you're listening or watching to the live stream. Anyone watching it? That's because we're right here, right? I've got some news. There are rebels inside the building right now. We can make some noise for local prayers. They can hear us. Rebels, can you hear us out there? Make some noise! So let's remember, that's non-violent direct action, peaceful civil disobedience. This is saying I'm not going to stand by and just watch this catastrophe unfold. I'm not going to stand by and just let this disaster creep forwards. Those brave rebels inside, there's rebels glued on around the outside. What a beautiful photo. Look at it. Carl, Cameron, Natalia. Come and join us! Come and join us! And we need everyone to step up, and that's everybody in any position of responsibility. Anyone with a platform, anyone with any standing in any community, in any social group, in any part of the country, in any part of the world. The scientists are stepping up, the doctors are stepping up. Everybody is stepping up. Extinction Rebellion is stepping up. We will not go home until our voices are heard. We must end fossil fuel investments, end fossil fuel subsidies, and grant no new fossil fuel licenses. It's madness. Well, we're just getting the photo organised. One more row at the back, holding it really high. This reminds me of when I was... And maybe row just shuffle forward slightly to make room at the back. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Just a smidgy.
Those of you just joining us, we're at the Shell building on the South Bank in London, and at the moment Extinction Rebellion have lined up a series of placards with the first names of 100 executives who work in this edifice above us here. Huge building. This sort of gleaming representation of a company that has over the last few decades absolutely trashed the environment all over the world, including Ogoni land in Nigeria as far back as 1970, and now still going through numerous court cases for the people in that area to receive compensation for the environmental damage caused and economic effects of that to their homes. This is now Shell's not just London headquarters, but global headquarters as well, because last year there was quite an landmark court case brought against them in the Netherlands by the Dutch Friends of the Earth, and it was a class action actually, lots of citizens represented in that, and Shell was forced by the Netherlands court to have to reduce their carbon emissions by 45% by 2030, I believe carbon neutral by 2050 in line with the Paris Agreement. They've moved to the UK to give you a bit of an idea of of
Thank you. Extinction! Extinction!
All right, rebels, thanks for doing the photo. It's a beautiful look. So now, I'm just wondering if we can figure out how we might do this, because let's stand back in the road, because remember, we have to be disruptive. You can stand in the road if you want to.
I'm now up on level 8. I walked straight through an office, got confronted, carried on going. Like I said previously, I don't really want to be doing this. But Shell need to cease all new extraction of fossil fuels. There is no place for them in the world in which my nieces are growing up in. Shell, I'm pleading you to end the extraction of fossil fuels.
which one?
What about rebels on the grass over there that I can see? People over there, what do you reckon? You see? Rebels over there, anyone over there? Looks like people are saying, let's just chill out here for a minute. We'll get a little bit of music on maybe, and we'll just hang loose for a little while. Is that all right with everyone? Temperature check on that one? Yeah. All right, all right. Oh, hold on. Before I do, I'm going to just do this sign again. Can we just do this sign? Remember this one? Remember this one? It means sit down. Just for 1 minute. There's something really important that I nearly forgot to say. Now we'll get some music coming to out for a little while. We've got
Bloody hell. None of my footage.
I've got some also, it's not interesting things happening. Very interesting. Here we go.
Thank you so much. I'm going to be speaking right now because I've been asked by indigenous people in Brazil to come here today and speak to you. And because I just came back from Brazil and spent some time with different indigenous communities, on their behalf, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for doing everything you do. You have no idea how important this is for indigenous people. How important the action that happened yesterday by XI Youth and ISN and BlackRock. This gives them so much strength, and they say thank you. So I'm just going to read a small text that they asked me to read to you today. So thank you so much for listening. Why act now? Indigenous land is a guarantee of the future for all humanity. Their relationship with territory is not one of ownership, exploitation, expropriation, or appropriation, people like Shell are used to doing, but one of respect and management of a common good, which serves all humanity as barricades of the extractive dynamics that cause the climate crisis. It's fundamental that the world understands that there is no solution for the healing of Mother Earth that does not have its feet on the ground. There is an incessant attempt to implement death projects against indigenous lands and lives, happening right now all over the world, but a lot in Brazil, in the Amazon, in the Cerrado, in the Pantanal, as some of you may know. From the 4th of April until tomorrow, the 14th, the biggest mobilization of indigenous people are occupying the central government building in Brasilia. And today their action is against fossil fuels. That's why they asked me to come here today in front of Shell. To confront all these horrible things that are happening, the indigenous people of Brazil is gathering at the federal capital, Brasilia, in a free land camp, which has been happening since 2004. So this is a yearly occupation where they all come from all over Brazil to occupy central government building. APIB holds the freeland camp with the theme Retaking Brazil, Demarcate the Territories and Indigenize the Politics. This year, they are back there to implement that would make indigenous people lose rights to their demarcated land and would allow mining companies to mine and do their dirty business in indigenous lands. These bills is one of the main instruments of a destruction policy for Bolsonaro government, which has been presented as a legislative priority of the federal government since its inception of Bolsonaro's dirty fascist regime. Although it's still in the legislative process for possible regulation, it's already possible to feel the harmful impacts of mining on indigenous territories. We have seen the contamination of rivers and the devastation of their lands, and entire communities that were not destroyed or washed away by the toxic mud from leaking minerals waste dams were left without access to water. So they're asking us to support this fight against fascist government of Bolsonaro's regime. They're pledging us to respect international and national governments. So they would ask you today their support and their struggle to have anti-indigenous and anti-environmental bills withdrawn from the National Congress. It's fundamental to resume the demarcation of indigenous lands in Brazil. If you please look at APIB, which is the Articulation of Indigenous Leaders of Brazil, you can share and you can donate to camp occupation. The idea is that people can occupying the Brazilian government until their demands are met. Thank you for listening and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Dopamina. Do they have our support, Extinction Rebellion? Alright, we're going to get some music on, but I think myself, this is my own in here. It's nice to stay and hang around a little bit while and see what's going on and make sure they know that we're here. We've got them, we're thinking of them, and we're with them. We wish we could be with them, but for the moment, it's all right. How about we just chill out here? Is that all right? All right, let's go.
I'm here to tell you about destruction, all the evil that will have to be.
Hi, I'm now down in reception. I've been apprehended by the police. They're just investigating the rest of the building to see if there's been any criminal damage within the building that's been committed by myself. I've just been up live streaming, taking photographs. But I really want to reiterate to the people of Shell that they go to other countries and do exactly what I've just done. They go there, they take their resources and they exploit the countries that they take the resources from. And it's not a nice feeling to be violated. And considering this is one of the greatest fossil fuel companies who claim to be part of the solution, their security today has been pretty rubbish, to be fair. So if I was Shell, I would be incredibly embarrassed by the situation that's going on here today. And if this is how they run business, then imagine the health and safety when they're extracting oil in the middle of nowhere where no one can see them.
So, if you're just joining us, we are at the Shell Centre. If you're just joining us, we're at the Shell Centre. This is Extinction Rebellion, and the protest was started in Hyde Park this morning. Walked through the West End of London to here, and I'm just hearing my own voice, which is very strange. Still speaking? Okay, sorry about that. We're here at the Shell Centre, and there are rebels inside Shell. If you've just been joining us, you might have seen a picture of a man with glasses and a moustache speaking from inside Shell. Well, he's been in there for about an hour or more now, and like you said, it's not how Shell might not like that, but that's exactly what they're doing in lots of different parts of the world. Shell is now headquartered here in London. It was in the Netherlands. It's an Anglo-Netherlands company, but they moved their headquarters just a few months ago. I think it was at the beginning of the year, because the Netherlands court found that they should, they found in favour of a case against Shell by the Netherlands Friends of the Earth and a class action of citizens that said that actually they should be mandated to cut their carbon emissions by 45% by 2030, and I believe it was to be carbon neutral by 2050, which is exactly in line with the Paris Agreement. When that was found to be the case, there was great celebration by environmental campaigners, because they thought, right, now the law can actually start having some teeth in making big companies live up to the commitments that have been set on an international level. Well, no, Shell has said that they're not going to actually go along with that. They are going to appeal that case. And not only did they say they would appeal it, but they've actually moved their whole headquarters here to the UK. So that gives you a bit of an idea about the kind of company that Shell is and the kind of space that it wishes to operate in. It says that it's going towards an energy transition, but actually from 2018 to 2020, let me just get my figures right, I don't want to say the wrong thing. Yes, 90% of their investments were in fossil fuels, and only 3 to 5% in renewables. So although they have a green strategy, I don't think that's exactly what it's called if you looked on their website, but as all oil and gas companies have some kind of green strategy, the amount that's being invested in fossil fuels is barely decreasing compared with that stark figure that we keep quoting from the International Energy Agency, which said that last year they said we have to stop funding any new fossil fuel projects by the end of 2021. That's it. If we want to get to the agreement targets of a 1.5 temperature increase, we're currently about 1.2 degrees of warming. So it's not far off what could be a disastrous situation. And Shell, as well as not alone, Shell and many other companies, many other countries have decided that's not what they don't need to work at, especially now with the crisis in Ukraine. We've just had COP26, the meeting of the parties, all coming together in Glasgow. Remember, Britain is still still holds the, I can't remember exactly what it's called though. We're the host nation still until later this year of the COP process. And despite having all of those fine words and getting teary, Alok Sharma saying that, we really had to do enough, and oh my gosh, we couldn't say phase out, or we had to say phase down, so we're really, really upset about that. Process later, climate pass. Energy security for the UK. I suppose that's important, yes, but why do we need to do it through oil and gas? This is the perfect time to kill that dying industry. And the only reason why we're not doing that is because there's huge, huge money involved. Do you know what? So in the last year, Shell has increased their profits phenomenally. And it went from, in 2020, they had 4.8 billion profits over the year. Unimaginable for the majority of people in the world. 19.3 billion the next year. 4.8 to 19.3 billion in 1 year. That's a result of increasing oil prices, and we have to remember that that's, the increasing oil prices, lots of reasons why that's happening, but Extinction Rebellion being out on the streets is not one of them, or Just Stop Oil being out blocking oil is not one of them. oil prices are determined by the market. So this is the fossil fuel companies they're profiting from disaster and destruction to the detriment of normal working people. You know, we've got people who can't feed themselves, families who can't feed themselves, old people who can't heat their homes. Meanwhile, Shell has 40% of their profits kept offshore. And in fact, it's not just that, the government's actually funding them to do that. There's a again, check the notes, 90 million tax rebate given by the UK government to Shell last year. And I suppose, you know, Shell has moved from the Netherlands to here because actually the UK is one of the most profitable places to extract, to have your business if you're extracting fossil fuels. Money available, not just to continue doing the same old business as usual in the North Sea, but actually now we might be expanding that according to the new energy strategy that came out last week. And also there are lots of funds available for if you want to put some research, some minimal research and operational kind of bandwidth into carbon capture and storage, which is really unproven and actually kind of runs off the back of oil and gas infrastructure anyway. So actually we figured out, well not we, Extinction Rebellion hasn't figured out, we're looking at research from all over the place, but many people who are more intelligent than us have figured out that it's actually more, you get negative tax if you are exploiting oil and gas in this country. So it's a win-win situation for fossil fuels, and this is what Extinction Rebellion is calling for in this rebellion, is saying, no, we just can't have that anymore. We are in a crisis for the entire humanity, for the entire of all the species that live on this planet. Antonio Guterres, who you listened to earlier on the live stream, said it as well. Death means delay. We're going to see an atlas of human suffering. We're not, and he also said that, you know, the people out on the streets are the people in the right here. We are here representing the rest of you. Please come and join us. We don't really want to have to represent everybody. There's loads of people out, and join us in whatever way you can, because this is an absolute travesty. And not just future generations we're talking about, generations living right now are feeling the crisis, especially in the global south. And I'm not going to go through all the different instances, evidence why that's happening, because you don't even have to look outside of the mainstream news to know that now. But we just need to keep it in our minds all the time, because the media is not playing, it's not giving us enough information about the scope of this terrible crisis. So you can say that we've got a big police presence here. Like I said, we've got people inside. We've had some people infiltrating into Shell, trying to spread the message. It's not just about causing mischief and mayhem, and it's actually, this is an outreach action. We've got Truthteller here, which is Extinction Rebellion's whistleblowing arm, and we've got people handing out leaflets. These placards as well are about several, well, I think it's 100. We did 100 different executives who work inside the building who are found through publicly available means on LinkedIn. We're hoping that some people are going to look from these windows. There's an incredible number of floors here, and feel some kind of conscience inside about what they're doing. Are you really supporting with those? I think it's 48,000 hours that every person has as an average of working life in the current system. Do you want to put your 48,000 hours to a use that's going to promote life and sustain future generations and keep communities going in the next decades, or do you want to just make a quick buck, live the high life, and then while again, which is the same in French, after me the flood, which I think is a really good way of looking at what we're living in right now. It's immediate for the destruction of the conditions that promote life. Oh my god, can we actually get any worse than that? Get a quick swap. Swap the cameraman there. So we're really saying to people, we all have the right to change our minds, change our opinions. It's never too late. If you feel like you're in that situation, in buildings like this, in companies where you really have a gut feeling that it's just, you're not doing the right thing, please think again, and we'll welcome you with open arms. And not just Extinction Rebellion, we're not saying join us exclusively. Please just have an open mind about climate. Use all the skills that you've built up in fossil fuel companies, in any destructive industries, can be redistributed, reallocated. You can put them to great use elsewhere for projects that are going to help us find a new way to live our lives that is sustainable. And that's going to be a really, really hard thing to do, and nobody in this movement is denying that. It's going to be hard. There's going to be really, really tough times ahead, and it's scary, scary times. Please don't be a bystander. Please act with those who are really putting everything into trying to turn things around. I think that's all I've got to say at the moment. I don't like being in the limelight for too long. So I don't know if perhaps we have some, so I don't know how much you've actually seen of what was going on the other side of the building, because, sorry, I'm gesticulating with the microphone. But we might go over and have a look at some of those interviews, because on the other side of the building, some people had glued themselves on outside the entrances earlier, amongst a big police presence, and there was no internet there, so we couldn't show you live. But let's have a look now, I think, at what they have to say, why they're doing that, because they're still there.
Hi there. So on the embankment side of the Shell headquarters, where we have had a number of things going on, including the Truthtellers, who you've just heard a little bit about. They are the whistleblowing arm of Extinction Rebellion. They had a giant trampoline which says "jump ship" on it, and what they're trying to encourage the workers building to whistleblow or to leave the company altogether, and to engage with climate activism, and to join the campaigns to defend our futures. There was a really moving moment where everyone here on the ground read out individually the names of the staff, the first names of the staff in this building, and in between each name shouted "join us," and it was really quite a powerful moment to witness. So there are some other interviews that have taken place around the building, which we would like to share with you now.
This is a personal invitation to join Extinction Rebellion.
Hi, just broken off from the march. I think these rebels have come past. And let's find out, they've glued onto the floor down here. Let's find a little bit about why they're glued on. Hi, I'm James from the UK Extinction Rebellion live stream team. Do you want to tell us, or anyone wanting to tell us a little bit why you're glued on down here?
Yeah.
Let me just sort out my camera.
Okay.
Thank you. You can speak into there, that little bit there, that's fine. Cool.
Okay, I'm glued on today because this building is a fortress, a great vast concrete fortress, and they're locked inside it to screens in their air-conditioned offices, blocked off from the outside world, and not thinking or caring about the damage that they're doing to everybody else. They think they're a race apart from us. I mean, 90% of Shell's investments this year have gone into new fossil fuel exploration rather than renewables.
Oh, so they're putting nothing really significant to renewable, same old business as usual strategy.
Well, I think they're increasing it because they know that time is running out for them. And also, they've made record profits this year because they've hiked up all the prices. So we're all paying more, people are suffering, they're getting more and more money, and they're putting it back into engendering even more profit for themselves. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, well, it's very clear, very clear. Thank you for taking action today. And sorry, what's your name and where are you from?
My name's Pat.
Okay, so you are glued on
to
one of the entrances of the Shell building on the South Bank in London, global headquarters of Shell. Can you tell me why you're doing this today?
Yeah, Shell, basically one of the most evil companies in the world, funding, putting fossil fuels, burning them all, just essentially fueling the climate crisis, And we're here today to try and put a stop to that. Ask the people who work for Shell to really consider what they're doing, and whether they think that's the right thing to do, and whether they think that's the future that we really want, burning fossil fuels. And that we want a different future where Shell doesn't exist, essentially.
Questions are running through your mind here as you're sitting in this quite vulnerable position today?
Weirdly very calm, to be fair. The sun's just come out. Very much.
We have to dismiss dictatorshipness. We don't want dictatorshipness in this world. We want what is good for our kids. Our kids are important, and we have to stand strong, all of us as a nation, united together. That's what we need to do.
We're in between speeches just now. We're having some speeches and testimonials from people as we're standing here in front of the Shell building. Had quite an interesting day so far, walking from Hyde Park all the way here to the South Bank, and there are people inside the Shell building. Not many. There are many more police officers guarding it than were able to get in or glue themselves to the pavement outside. But we're here because Shell is one of the most destructive fossil fuel companies out there. They're one of the biggies. They were polluting Ogoni land in Nigeria from the 1970s. Haven't solved the problems there adequately. Huge numbers of court cases going through the process at the moment, and I'm not sure, but I believe that speaker might have been from an Ogoni community. So it's a roadblock at the moment. We've blocked the road. This is usually quite a touristy area on the South Bank, near to the South Bank Centre, near Jubilee Gardens, which is just outside. You can see lovely London Eye there. So yeah, very touristy area. There were lots of buses here before we got here. Obviously an ice cream van, you can see, but today we've come really to do some outreach as well, to tell people, make them realise how complicit Shell is in causing climate crisis. You know, it's a two-way street here. There's the companies themselves, and then there's how much they're allowed to do by governments, and we really don't believe. In fact, I'll say we don't believe, but I think there's really, objectively, we can say that the government of the UK is not doing enough about climate change and about stopping fossil fuel investments. They have 40 projects in the line at this moment.
Got a true constant spring. Them checks and we come from Cosmos Spring. Then alone and think. Then alone so we top ranking. Uptown top ranking. MJ. Check out what jamming and thing. She was like, oh, it's all these little things that could be bombs, you know, could be, and I was like, that's exactly what I mean. Yeah, and then he was like, oh, I see what you mean. And it kind of clicked. But to me, it's nice to have those actions that so
All right, so I'm here with Claire. Shell, March, why?
Why wouldn't you? I mean, yeah, I think probably everyone who's involved in our movement's got the memo so far on the history of Shell, the murderous history of Shell, the lies, the greenwashing, the fact that they've hidden the truth about climate change for well over a generation, the fact that these guys know their value proposition is self-terminating, they know that our civilization is self-terminating. They don't seem to be able to wake up and change course. And so, you know, I think the Truthteller kind of mission here is to bring something which for me is at the core of Extinction Rebellion, which is that, like, nobody is beyond redemption. At any point, like, officer, you choose to take off your uniform, come and join us, like, you know, we'll make you welcome. At any point, anyone wants to walk out of that building and say, I actually don't want to contribute to the destruction of my children, they'll be really welcome. So that, to me, that's the spirit in which we're here today. But obviously with a deep reverence for the truth of the past, which is that these companies, particularly Shell, has an enormous responsibility for the shit that we're in.
Can you elaborate on what's happened in the past? Shell, specifically.
Well, I think one of the key things for me is that, you know, Shell and other companies like them have understood the science behind climate change. It's shocking when you look back in history. Actually, the first paper I've ever seen, scientific piece of writing that says that carbon is going to increase the surface temperature of the Earth is from the late 1800s. So you could say that by around the 50s, the 60s, it was absolutely certain, really. We always say we've had 30 years, we've had much longer than that actually, but companies like these and the broader fossil fuel lobby that have made sure that the COP process can't function. You know, the biggest delegation at COP this year in Glasgow was fossil fuel representatives and lobbyists. So the lobbying industry is tied up with these guys massively. It's an enormous kind of like tight web of people who are all working to guarantee that we can't overcome the problem of getting off fossil fuels, you know. And then you combine that with, you know, gross extractivism, the murder of people in Africa who've tried to defend their people, their land, their resources. It's immense, basically, you know, the lengths that people will go to. And it's almost, to me, it's like, you know, we look at the nature of carbon-based capitalist economy that we have all over the world, and it is completely dependent on sacrifice zones. There's somebody whose name I can't quite bring to the forefront of my memory at the moment, but who wrote, you know, you can't have capitalism without sacrifice zones, and you can't have sacrifice zones without disposable people, and you can't have disposable people without racism. And so that just very cleanly sums up the situation. And I think this kind of willingness to sacrifice people's lands and lives and livelihoods and well-being in the name of extractivism and profit is a kind of rampant self-destruction, which now is clearly coming home onto, like, people who sit in buildings like this, who they must be all quite worried about climate, I would imagine, if they've got any semblance of attention that they're paying to the story, because surely it's broken through now, right? We all know it's not like some awful secret anymore. Everybody knows where we're on course for, and so it's continuing how this business as usual is carrying on, particularly for companies like Shell, is an act of globalized and collective madness. And some good people are coming together to say, stop. And I think at some point the balance will tip, and there'll be more of us than there are able to sustain the business as usual. So we keep on the good fight.
So what can we do? What can we do to push that further and faster?
I think at the moment XR's been doing a really good job of mobilising. So, having outreach during the rebellion, I hear is going really well. There's been like 3.5 talks happening around London, and they've been really well attended. Lots and lots of new people coming in. It's like showing people a relatable face and saying, look, there are doctors and nurses sitting on bridges getting arrested. There are scientists glued to the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. This isn't a movement that doesn't have people like you in it. So make sure people know that. Make sure people receive as much information as you can give them about why this kind of work works. We know it's worked in the past. We know that there's never been a greater injustice for which people power needs to be organised. So we need more people, we need more numbers, and we need to be determined and resilient, and we need not to give up.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Okay, hello, you are back live. We're at the front of Shell, so there's lots of dancing going on over there, happy days. But slightly more serious over here because we've got some people who are glued on. So let me get back a little bit so you can see. Glued on to the ground. Yeah, okay. Why have you chosen this tactic today to show your horror at what's going on? Or I might be putting words in your mouth, but I imagine we're all feeling that at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, I alternate between complete despair and complete anger at the lack of action on climate change. And we know we cannot have new fossil fuels. We absolutely cannot afford to burn any new fossil fuels. And this is Shell's. This is the Shell building. I deliberately chose to shoot one outside the Shell building because they are actively looking to burn new fossil fuels, and we don't have any budget. We don't have any left, any carbon emissions left that we can put into the atmosphere before we end up with absolutely an unlivable planet. And we know this, and we walk around in everyday life knowing this, and yet nobody's doing anything about it. And I have signed petitions. I have reduced my own consumption of everything, and this is the only thing left because the emissions are still rising. So it's just a bizarre situation to me, and I don't ever want to look back and think I didn't do everything I possibly could when my children and grandchildren are asking me.
What do you do when you're not protesting? What's the rest of your life experience?
Well, I live in the southeast, and so I run events and I draw illustrations for shells. That's my life. Yeah.
And what are you most afraid of that's going to come and are coming?
I'm afraid, like boiling a frog, the temperature rises and it adjusts, and human beings will just adjust, and we'll think that the chaotic weather is normal, we'll think the food shortage is normal, we'll think that more wars is normal, we'll just think it's normal, and then look back in 100 years. We won't have any fuss left. Half of the most vulnerable people in the world will starve to death, and we'll just got used to it. And that's my biggest fear. I think that's probably what will happen unless a lot of people stand up and do something about it.
Yeah, that's really scary. Thank you so much for explaining that to people.
I'm going to do a little bit more quickly, just on a sort of temperature check style. So the proposal at this point is that we hang around here, we get some music, we get the samba band to kick off a little bit for about a 30, 45 minute slot. We can chill out, we can stay here. We want to stay here, mostly around here, make sure that our presence is felt, make sure that we're still being recognised, make sure they can see our banners. But then round about 5:15.
Okay, hi, you're glued on here outside of the Shell Centre on the South Bank. Can you tell me why you've done this today?
We're here to ask government and big business to divest from fossil fuels. We have great renewable technology that we should be using. Using all the fossil fuels is obviously causing all of our climate catastrophe and biodiversity loss, and we're going to see the 6th mass extinction in the world. And this is not okay. It's not okay for my niece and my nephew. It's not okay for all the animals and the plants, and it's not okay for all the people who are currently suffering right now in countries around the world.
How are you feeling right now? These are coming quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't know anything about this just ahead of the march, and we've just got in here to boost the numbers because history has shown that non-violent civil disobedience works. The suffragettes, Gandhi, civil rights movements. So we don't want to be here. We're on holiday right now. This is our annual leave, and we're here stuck to the floor because there's no other hope. You know, so feel proud of myself for stepping up, because I can step up for all the people who it's not safe for them to do so.
Do you mind sharing what you do when you're not glued on?
Yeah,
I like to say that we don't have anything we best do.
Yeah, so I do have a job. I'm a vegan head chef. So I use all my annual leave to do this because just being a vegan head chef isn't, that's not enough. We all need to transition to a plant-based diet, but none of it's enough, so we have to come here and do this.
So here we are on South Bank at Shell headquarters, and you can see this giant building behind me, right here. This is where Shell's headquarters are. Yeah, they're hiding, quite frankly. There's here because they were forced to consider whether or not they were to make viable change in Norway, where a decision was made that they would have to significantly reduce their carbon emissions by 2050 in line with the Paris Agreement. So instead of doing that, they upped sticks and they moved over here to South. Due to the grotesque nature of these combat, they know that what they're doing is going to kill people. They know that people are going to lose lives as a result of what they're doing, and yet they do it anyway, in pursuit of relentless pursuit of profit. They have absolutely no heart or compassion for people who are losing their lives already as a result of the climate crisis. They actively fund misinformation and have done for the last 3 decades, when their own research found that if they continue to exploit fossil fuels and to pillage our earth for its natural resources, that it would bring us to this situation. And so they organised a relentless campaign to fund misinformation to ensure that they can continue with their extractivism in relentless pursuit of profit. So we have to ask ourselves sometimes, what do we know to be true? And what we know to be true is that fossil fuels are the leading cause of the climate crisis. We know that science is irrefutable because 99.9% of climate scientists and experts on the matter agree that that's what's happening. The Cornell University carried out a study which cross-referenced 90,000 research papers on the matter just last year, and the conclusion was that 99.9% of them agreed that not only is the climate crisis driven by human activity, but that it's specifically driven by the use of fossil fuels, and that the use of fossil fuels propelling the climate crisis into the forms of climate chaos that we're already starting to see around the world poses an existential threat to humanity. We know that to be true. We also know to be true that that we can solve this problem. And the way to solve this problem is to end fossil fuel extraction. It's to cut off any subsidies that go to fossil fuel industries. And it's to work hard to protect our Earth and to save our natural environment that's been decimated in pursuit of this type of extractivism. So how can we do this? How can we achieve that? Well, the easiest way would be for the people in this building to say, right, that's it, we're switching to clean, green renewables. We're taking all of the money that we've invested into fossil fuels and we're radically going to shift overnight. Now that's unlikely. So then we can do come together, and through people power, we can demand that this happens, and we can demand this through governments, through government sanctions and government policy. We can demand that these companies are no longer allowed to pursue this type of extractivism that is killing so many. In order to do that, we need to create a mass, and that's where Extinct comes in. Of like-minded people who organise the science of those 90,000 studies from Cornell, and we understand it. And what we understand most is that humanity is at threat, that everything we've ever known and loved is at risk of being destroyed. So we come together and through people power and non-violent civil disobedience, we demand of our government the necessary measures to protect lives. We're friendly. We all have jobs. You've just spoken with, you've just seen some conversation with some of those activists who are glued on at Shell headquarters behind me. We are a variety of individuals from all different walks of life, from varied ethnicities and gender identities and backgrounds, working in various different industries. But we're here with a common objective. And this is where people power really comes into motion. When you have a lot of people who are determined, passionately and fiercely and non-violently determined, you can really see change generated. So Shell, as a company, they are hedging their bets on expanding fossil fuel extraction, and they're monopolizing any crisis. There's a famous quote that says, "Never let a good crisis go to waste," and that could be Shell's tagline. Effectively, what they're doing is, due to things such as the war in Ukraine and the cost of living scandal that we're experiencing here in the UK, they're using it as an opportunity to try and open new oil fields and try and extract more fossil fuel. And we need to see an end. We need to put that to bed before it's even started, because all of the science tells us, and all of the experts tell us, that if we continue to expand fossil fuels, we're really going to be in hot water pretty quickly. So another thing that they're considering doing is trying to offset their carbon with carbon capture technology that just simply does not exist. The largest carbon capture machine in the world is based in Iceland at the moment, and I can't remember the exact number, but it's set to be able to sequester about 0.004% of global emissions or something like that. So we don't have the technology to extract carbon being released. If we were to rely on tech, equivalent, let me give you a scenario. Your house is on fire. Because Greta has told our house is on fire, and because the science shows us that global temperature rise is a threat to all humanity. We know that our house is on fire. Now, house is on fire, call first the insurer, or do you call fire brigade? The equivalent of betting on this carbon capture technology that doesn't exist yet would be the insurer. You're betting on something that is not going to solve the problem. And what we're calling for here is for the fire brigade. We're saying, let's put this fire out that we know exists. This fire is happening. It's destroying everything that we know and love. And we have the tools to put it out. So let's call the fire brigade and put it out. Let on the company everything go to ruin, and then whether or not we can recoup afterwards. So that's why we're here at Shell HQ on South Bank in the shadow of the London Eye, and we want to make it clear to Shell and to all of these fossil fuel companies that the eyes of the world are on you. We are watching what you're doing, and we are going to take non-violent civil direct actions in an act of civil disobedience against these companies until we see the bona fide genuine change that we need to see to save all humanity. So with that, I'll pass you back over to another member of our team who's on the ground speaking with those who are glued on.
Hello. I'm very well. How's your hands? Oh, it's very cold. Bless you. It's alright. Respect. How long have you been here?
Hi, XR Livestream. Can we have a quick chat with you? Okay. XR Livestream.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah.
Hi.
I don't live stream with the other person. But yeah.
Oh, we come back to you, sir. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
So no issues. You've been nice.
No, yeah. My hands are very cold and very stiff, and my shoulders starting to ache because I've been pulled down. But no, I'm warm and been given lots of food, and I haven't interacted with the police at all. But lots of rebels have been coming up to me and talking to me. That's a nice atmosphere. So yeah. It's fine. Yeah.
I presume you said it before about why you're here. I mean, Shell.
Yeah.
Not a nice company.
No, Shell knew back in the 70s, and they deliberately misfunded, funded misinformation. They funded climate scientists to make it all confusing. They used exactly the same tactics as the smoking lobby and lobbying to buy governments and buy change legislation. And they knew exactly what they were doing. They still know that people are still working for them that know precisely what they're doing, but they don't think. I don't know what they think, but I guess they think that their little tiny bit of oil or gas won't tip the world into runaway climate change, but it will. Like, everyone's got to stop burning new fossil fuels, exploring new fossil fuels. So yeah.
Thank you. I'm just going to move along. Hi, can I have a quick chat with you? Yes. All right. So, what personally brought you here today?
What personally brought me here today?
Why are you wearing XR? Why are you doing this?
I'm in XR because I don't feel there's anything else I can do. I have, a few years ago, my eldest daughter said to me that she didn't think she could bring children into a world that was breaking down because of a climate and ecological catastrophe. And I just switched and I took to the streets in 2019, early 2019, and I've been doing it ever since, and I'm not going to be a bystander. I have learned more about it, and people often have ridiculed or dismissed me, but actually the only thing that gives me hope is taking action alongside thousands of other people, and it drives me forward. And I want to be able to look myself in the eye in the future and know that I stepped up. So this is my way of doing it. It's the only thing I know to do, and I've tried many other things, but I just think that every person who takes action will help get the message across that we have to do something and act now for the climate and for the future.
Where are you from, sorry?
I'm from Oxford.
So not too far out, come down here?
Not too far out. I've been here every day this week, and I've taken annual leave to be here. I have a job, I work a lot, along with many others of us.
All of us do.
Yes, we've all taken, many of us have taken annual leave, and I feel this is a good way of using my annual leave.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We'll move along. Yes. All right, I'm going to try and talk to this gentleman on here. He's talking to one of the well-being guys. Hi, can we have a quick chat with you? All right. So we can see that you're glued on. Why?
We're glued on outside Shell. Shell has, over the last 50 years, been responsible for what? 2% of the entire globe's emissions. 2% of the entire globe's emissions. That's a phenomenal number. These guys have known for 50 years what their product has done to this planet. They knew at the same time as Exxon, yet they still kept selling it to us. 50 years these guys have been climate criminals. They have known. And the guys right at the top have driven the company further, faster and harder to sell more. But they haven't paid taxes for the last 3 years.
Haven't they said, I mean, hasn't the CEO said, you know, we'll do something with them?
And what has Antonio Gutierrez said very recently about companies, about corporations and about countries like this? In effect, they are liars. They know exactly what they're doing, and they're doing very little about moving away from fossil fuels to where they should be. So don't believe any of the greenwash, any of the lies that the UN Secretary General has now called out.
I mean, okay, so where are you from?
Planet Earth.
Planet Earth. I mean,
what you might call the frozen north. I'm from Scotland.
I was going to say you have got a Scottish accent. So, yeah. I mean, that's a long way to come down to London. I mean, I thought all Scottish people hate coming to London.
Not at all, not at all. You cannot beat the atmosphere of the rebellions down here. It really brings people together. And of course, you've got a whole load of real targets. Finance, Lloyd's, companies like Shell. These are the targets we should be hitting hard. These guys are responsible for the mess we're in, and they've known all about it for a long, long time.
I mean, were you at COP last September?
I was at COP 26.
What did you think of the whole process then?
I was arrested 3 times at COP 26, making my views known. I take a little bit more hope than many from COP26 because I heard people on the inside saying the only reason they made any progress at all was because of the people on the outside. People like me and my colleagues and you doing what they were doing. So I take some heart from that. That what we're doing in this organisation is exactly the right thing. We are putting more and more pressure on those that have control over the levers of power to move in the right direction. We've got to continue that work.
Well, thank you for your time. So, all right, so we are, just to recap, we are actually outside Shell. A lovely, well, I wouldn't say lovely building, it's actually a kind of horrible monolithic building, which you might say that might reflects the nature of Shell. And we have, yes, as you can see, we have a bit of a police presence. There are rebels inside. We have listened to them a little bit earlier in the stream. We can't quite see anything that's going on behind these high-vis jackets. But, yeah, so we have got these guys glued on the front. We've got guys glued onto the back of the building. And, yeah, making their statement today. So we'll just have a quick wander around and see what the atmosphere is like. These placards on the floor here. There was a little kind of photo op earlier, where in front of the building, a whole bunch of rebels grabbed a placard and had a nice little photo op in front of the building, saying to Shell, the Shell employees, please join us.
Chaos this morning and released for the day as high levels of water brought services to the edifice. Says we should be braced for more of this. Forget summer, they say it's going to
in the record now is becoming clearer and clearer.
No longer assume the temperature of the world is stable.
Average American, that carbon footprint is about 16 tons of carbon emissions.
What about COP26? What is COP?
The potential threats to the surrounding natural environment breaking through the ocean. The UN is calling the world's first climate change fountain. 記録的な暑さだとか、あと危険な毎日、記録的な暑さだと
Scientists are correct in their fears.
A sure sign of climate change.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
No, that's because the more we take, the less there is for future generations.
Shell is the most carbon-intensive oil company in the world, a company with a long and shameful history of reckless pollution, human rights violation, corruption, and natural destruction, a disgraceful record that continues today. The people in this building refuse to use their obscene profits to clean up their toxic waste. They refuse to protect the indigenous communities who continue to suffer at the hands of the company. The company is contemptible. Its people are carbon criminals. Shell is pocketing billions from the destruction of the Niger Delta. Shell has been extracting oil from the Niger Delta for more than 50 years, earning billions of pounds in the process. The vast majority of people who live there not only never see a penny, but are forced to live in the midst of oil pollution, or have been forced off their ancestral land, forced to live in the midst of pollution, or have been forced off their ancestral land. For Nigeria's Ogoniland, oil spills are a fact of life. By 1991, over 2 million barrels of oil have been leaked by Shell in nearly 3,000 separate oil spills. The Ogoni people have been in resistance against this degradation for decades. Amnesty International has identified Shell's complicity in murder, rape, and torture committed by the Nigerian government in response to protests on Ogoniland, including the murder of Ken Saro-Wiwi and other leading activists in the Ogoni 9. Shell's executives were aware of these atrocities. They'd insisted on military support, knowing that the security forces had killed, tortured, and raped demonstrators. Shell is contemptible. Its people are carbon criminals. Shell takes with one hand and then takes with the other. The company is cashing in on rocketing oil and gas prices. It's profiteering from misery experienced by the hard-working people of Britain. It makes record profits, yet refuses to pay its taxes. In 2021, Shell's profits rose to a record £15 billion, yet 2021 was the fourth year in a row the company paid no tax in the UK. And if that wasn't bad enough, the company trousered 120 million in handouts from the UK government. The fuel crisis lives in this building. Those who work here are making themselves rich from the suffering of the people of Britain. They're profiteering from the destruction of the global South oil fields. Shell is contemptible. Its people are carbon criminals. In 2011, Shell and Italian oil company Eni paid over $1 billion for an oil field off the coast of Nigeria. Most of this money disappeared into the pockets of corrupt former petroleum minister and convicted money launderer David Etete. Emails proved that Shell was aware of this. A number of the company's top executives have since been subpoenaed to appear in an Italian court. A Shell subsidiary has also been charged with corruption in Nigeria. The case is being investigated in England's United States. Shell has been building Putin's Russian war machine. Just 8 of the world's biggest energy companies, including Shell, enriched Vladimir Putin's war chest to the tune of $95 billion in the 7 years after Russia invaded Crimea in 2014. Shell's payments to Russia stand at $8 billion. The bombs that fall on Ukraine today were bought with money from this building. Shell is contemptible. Its people are carbon criminals. Shell is refusing to stop the destruction it is committed to exploring for new sources of oil and gas, and has no plans to reduce the overall amount of oil and gas it produces by 2030. In 2020, it spent $1.7 billion across its upstream and integrated gas businesses exploring for new fossil fuels. Between 2010 and 2018, Shell was estimated to have spent just 1% of its long-term investments on low-carbon energy like wind and solar. And in 2015 to 2017, only 0.4% of its revenue on research and development of low-carbon technology. Shell has known about the destruction caused by its business for over 30 years. Shell has known about the destruction by its business for over 30 years. In its own film, Climate of Concern, it admits that climate change may occur so quickly we may be unable to adapt. It is known for more than 30 years that the seas will rise, that millions of people will be displaced. It is known for more than 30 years, and I quote, "Taking action is the only safe insurance that we have." not take action, not take action. They doubled down on their shameful business practices. Shell is contemptible. Its people are carbon criminals. I'll pass you on to Louisa to wrap up for the day.
So thank you for joining us today at our action at Shell's headquarters, global headquarters now, on the south bank of the Thames in London. You can hear behind me the XR Samba Band. People have come from all over the country to join together and show that beautiful spirit of togetherness through disruptive and very noisy drumming, which I'm sure has made the Shell executives in this building today very aware that we are here and we are not going to let the pressure go, because they are responsible, especially the people right at the top of this organisation, responsible for causing Ecocide. Maybe one day they will actually be held responsible in a court for that. It isn't a crime yet, but Polly Higgins, after whom one of the iconic pink boats that we brought on a previous rebellion was named, was working towards that before she sadly died 2 years ago, and many people are following in her footsteps to make that a crime that is punishable by the courts. So yes, we've been here today. If you didn't see some of the things that were happening earlier, we had people have infiltrated Shell and have been talking about, trying to, I suppose, speak the truth as we see it to the executives who are inside the building. We've had people gluing on outside on the pavement as a show of defiance against fossil fuel companies that are currently causing destruction all over the world and are annihilating our futures. And then we've had people dancing in the streets and blocking it as a way just to keep up that noisy protest and to show solidarity for people in the global south, especially who've been affected by Shell and other extractive industries. So I think we're coming to the end of the action now. I believe that there have been some, I don't know if you can see on camera, but there's a kind of passageway from which quite a few police officers are coming now in their fluorescent jackets. And in there were a lot of people who had been glued on as well. And we've been kind of chopping and changing between outside here and kind of still outside, but on the inner edge there. So I think just before we wrap up, we're going to show you some interviews that we weren't able to cover from earlier of people who are glued onto the ground. But just to say before we wrap up that if you are enjoying these live streams, and we do one every day for many, many hours, I think probably the most we've done is 8 hours so far, but we're always keen to do more if we can. And I'm going to speak really loudly now because the Samba Band started off. But yeah, please, we are doing this so that you can follow what we're doing each day. You can watch them back. You can share with your friends. So please do like them, share them, and comment. We'd love to see where you're watching from today. If this is giving you feeling of motivation to do the same in your area. We'd love to see what you're doing as well if you're a part of Extinction Rebellion or other movements. So many other movements now that are springing up, kind of offshoots of one another, working together, inspiring another all around the world. Things like in this country, Just Stop Oil and Insulate Britain. Around the world, we're seeing big civil disobedience, civil resistance movements in Australia against coal. As well as, let's not forget, all of the indigenous peoples and frontline communities that have been struggling for many decades against extractive projects on their ancestral lands around the world. So all part of one big family trying to push for change and to kill fossil fuels. That's our message for this rebellion. Stop fossil fuels. We know we can't do it immediately, we can't just turn off the tap, but we do have to start the transition from that right now, and that's by not funding any more new projects. The government's got 40 in the pipeline, so we are going to keep on the pressure right until they decide to live up to what the International Energy Agency has said, which was that we cannot have any new fossil fuel projects as of last year. That is the precarious position we're in. That is the failure of leadership that we're seeing at the moment in this country and worldwide. The political process, symbolised by COP, has absolutely failed us. We need to get out on the streets now and show our governments that we need something better, we need something fairer. We're all going to act together to make that happen. We need deliberative democracy. We need people more involved in our systems of government so that we can have a future that is best for all of us, and that gives justice to people who are not going to have jobs anymore because they can't work in fossil fuel industries, to people who are the most marginalised communities who are going to be right at the forefront of the climate crisis. So the big message is, please come and join us on the streets, in your communities, doing outreach, digitally, whatever you can do. Please come onto the streets or go onto our website, keep following the live streams, find out more. And we hope to see you again very soon. And we hope that you will join us. Please don't be a bystander.
This is a personal invitation to join Extinction Rebellion while there's still time. As everyone knows, the fossil fuel industry's social license is fast expiring. In a few short years, it will make the tobacco industry seem like an ethical choice. The world is already wise to Shell's greenwashing claims. Is the war in Ukraine to try to resurrect the Cambo oil field the act of a corporation that understands the climate emergency? Is spending more on marketing than renewables the mark of a company that genuinely wants to change? Are current windfall profits being invested in a transition to a carbon-free model, or are they being squandered on share buybacks and dividends? I'm going to read a list of names, and that's potentially very boring. So maybe we could do it mic check style and invite all the people in this building to come out here. If they're on the top floor, we have a trampoline over there, poised to catch them as they fall. So we're inviting Vikram, Anika, Girish, Joel, Anna, Caleb, Carl, Hillary, Joachim, Angela, Pauline, Ian, Sonia, Ulrika, Sandip, Shireen, Sam, Jenny, Layla, Irene, Paul, Nick, Carolyn, Deepak, Mark, Geroid. If anyone has a note on how to pronounce that name, I'll happily re-say it later. Giorgio, Luke, Emma, Kyle.
I'm going to have to speak up, aren't I? Hello? Hi. Hey everyone. Let's go this way. Go back. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. Technical problems. I'll have to start off by apologizing because I get very nervous and emotional whenever I'm asked to make these speeches, and I'm a bit slow as a result, so please forgive me. Shell is huge. Shell is big. I'm always humbled by that. I have three things I wanted to tell you guys. How we got here, why we're here, and where we're going. We got here
backs. I'm so sorry. I will. I will. We got here on the backs of tens of millions of people.
We love you!
Thank you! You're amazing! Who are not here, who can't be here. They're not here because certain plans, certain actions, certain systems are evil. I've tried to choose those words carefully because I don't believe that people are inherently ever born evil. I don't believe that. It is not true. So I know that every morning, hundreds of people march into this building to pay their mortgages, feed their children, and live a passable life. Every morning. And I came here today to say to them, I am not your enemy. I do not hate you. I cannot hate you. For I know this will come out eventually. And the first job I did at university as an intern was to work in this giant building. I worked at Shell in scenario planning, and I met hundreds of engineers and marketing people, oil and gas people, who look and act just like you and I every day, with no sense of malice. They don't show up to work wanting to commit ecocide. They don't set out a life that will kill millions by choice. They don't. But they work for a company that makes plans that does exactly that. And so a few of us have stood up to speak up, because that's all we have. All we have is our voice. And so on the 4th of April, just over a week ago, when I heard Antonio Guterres say, I want to read this out so I get the words exactly right. Climate activists are sometimes depicted as dangerous radicals. The truly dangerous radicals are countries that increase production of fossil fuels. That's the world's top diplomat being extremely diplomatic. I'm going to say it a different way. I'm going to tell you that Dr. Roger Hallam, that Dr. Gail Bradbrook, that Yamina Fahan, who got arrested in front of this building 2 years ago, who's deputy chair of a legal group that represents low-lying countries, that Iggy Fox, who is no longer with us. I'm going to tell you, these people are heroes. And on the other side from these heroes, at the top of this giant organization, are people who make decisions every day that will impact life on.
Okay, so just last week the UN Secretary General has said that we are firmly on course for an unlivable future. he said that governments and business leaders are saying one thing and doing another. So put this simply, they are lying. And we're talking about the leaders of this company, so they know exactly what they're doing, and yet they're refusing to acknowledge the damage that they're doing. Last year, a court in the Netherlands ordered Shell to cut its emissions by 45% by 2030. Shell's responded by saying, we fully expect to appeal this disappointing decision. What kind of company does that? The International Energy Agency has said we need to stop all fossil fuel emissions immediately. But what is Shell doing? They are doing exactly the opposite. Is this the behaviour of a corporation that has any ethical concern for people or planet? Last year, Shell increased its profits from $4.8 billion the year before to $19.3 billion last year. Those profits, a lot of it comes from a rise in gas prices. A hike in gas prices that is causing a cost of living crisis for ordinary people. Families and old people are having to choose between heating their homes or buying food. And this is the company that's doing it. Not only that, the government gave Shell a £90 million tax rebate last year. £90 million. And on top of that, Shell hides 40% of its profits in a tax haven. Why would the government give a tax rebate to a company that is hiding 40% of its profits in a tax haven?
So just try and get everyone's attention. Extinction! 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 I have a speech about Shell. Shell is the most carbon-intensive company in the world. A company with a long and shameful history of reckless pollution, human rights violation, corruption and natural destruction. A disgraceful record that continues today. The people in this building refuse to use their obscene profits to clean up their toxic waste. They refuse to protect the indigenous communities who continue to suffer at the hands of this company. This company is contemptible. Its people are carbon criminals. Shell is pocketing billions from the destruction of the Niger Delta. Shell has been extracting oil from the Niger Delta for more than 50 years, earning billions of pounds in the process. The vast majority of the people who live there not only never see a penny, but are forced to live in the midst of oil pollution or have been forced off their ancestral land. For Nigeria's Ogoni land, oil spills are a fact of life. By 1991, over 2 million barrels of oil had been leaked by Shell. Nearly 3,000 oil spills. The Ogoni people have been in resistance against this degradation for decades. Amnesty International has identified Shell's complicity in murder, rape and torture committed by the Nigerian government in response to protests in Ogoni land, including the murder of Ken Saro-Wiwo and other leaning activists in the Ogoni 9. Shell's executives were aware of these atrocities. They had insisted on military support, knowing that the security forces had killed, tortured and raped demonstrators. Shell is contemptible. Its people are carbon criminals. Shell takes with one hand, then takes with the other. The company is cashing in on rocketing oil and gas prices. It is profiteering from the misery experienced by the hard-working people of Britain. It makes record profits, yet refuses to pay its taxes. In 2021, Shell's profits rose to a record £15 billion, yet 2021 was the fourth year in a row when the company paid no tax in the UK. And as if that wasn't bad enough, the company trousered £121 million in handouts from the UK government. They have paid negative tax, like BP, they have paid negative tax in the last few years. The fuel crisis lives in this building. Those who work here are making themselves rich from the suffering of the people of Britain and the world. They are profiteering from the destruction of global South oil fields. Shell is contemptible, its people are carbon criminals. Shell is corruption. It bribes its way around the world. In 2011, Shell, an Italian oil company, Eni, paid over $1 billion for an oil field off the coast of Nigeria. Most of this money disappeared into the pockets of corrupt former petroleum minister and convicted money launderer David Etete. Leaked emails prove that Shell was aware of this. A number of the company's top executives have been subpoenaed to appear in an Italian court. A Shell subsidiary has also been charged with corruption in Nigeria, and the case is being investigated in the Netherlands. I'm going to have a sip of water. Hang on. Okay. A Shell subsidiary has also been charged with corruption in Nigeria, and the case is being investigated in the Netherlands, UK, United States and Switzerland. Shell has for years been building Putin's Russian war machine. Just 8 of the world's biggest energy companies, including Shell, enriched Vladimir Putin's war chest to the tune of $95 billion in the 7 years after Russia invaded Crimea in 2014. Sorry. Shell's payments to Russia stand at $8 billion. The bombs that fall on Ukraine today were bought with the money from this building. Shell is contemptible. Its people are carbon criminals. Shell is refusing to stop the destruction. It has committed to exploring for new sources of oil and gas and has no plans to reduce the overall amount of oil and gas it produces by 2030, despite the fact the International Energy Agency and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has said there can be no new fossil fuels if we're to stay within 1.5 degrees.
Keep it in the ground.
In 2020, it spent $1.7 billion across its upstream and integrated gas businesses, exploring for new fossil fuels. Between 2010 and 2018, Shell was estimated to have spent just 1% of its long-term investments on low-carbon energy, like wind and solar. And in 2015 to 2017, only 0.4% of its revenue on research and development of low-carbon technology. Companies like Shell and BP spend more advertising their full-screen credentials than they spend on green energy. This is murderous criminality at a global scale, and it must stop.
Ecocide, make it law.
Extinction! Rebellion! Extinction! Rebellion! Extinction! Rebellion! Thank you.
Thank you.
This is an emotional space for people of colour. Understanding history is so important in how this was driven to the crisis that we're in now. And the more I learn, the more I understand the value of black and brown bodies. And it was bodies they saw, not people, not humans, bodies. And that's how these oil companies have been going around exploiting. And slavery was that mechanism, right? This mechanism that was derived to crush the human spirit and soul of so many of our ancestors. And that same evil crushing of souls and humans and bodies is now reaching everybody. There's going to be no separation from the brown, the black, and the white bodies as this evil machine comes and screws with us mentally and physically. And it's in this lack of education that the humans throughout the globe didn't recognize or understand the threat that was coming for their life too. And the fact that Chidi so beautifully said that amongst you, our brothers and sisters in Extinction Rebellion, we found people who've understood the history, who understand the impact of why and how we happen to have got here. It is the devaluing and the absolute destruction and breaking of the spirit of our ancestors that got us here. So when the people in this building, and I actually have a friend that's in this building, and I speak to the beautiful workers in this building, I ask you, please look at your history. I know there's some of you thinking in the corporate social responsibility sector in these organizations think that it's better to be inside and create change from within. There is no change from within when it's toxic from the core. There is no room for change within when the very evil that is going to crush the human ability to survive. It is now or never that all those in all of the organizations, big corporates, whether they be fossil fuel gas or any other corporation that is extracting money and wealth into these destructive fuels, no job called corporate social responsibility is gonna cut it. You cannot make effective change from within. You need to be here next to me. So if you call yourself my friend, if you call yourself someone who's anti-racist or doesn't believe in racist policies, then you must be on the streets with us, because nothing else is showing that. I get it that you have children. I get it that you have bills to pay. But a just transition means that you too need to move, and move fast. There is opportunities out there, and that's why I call upon all the systems here that we challenge them. And number one, to the police officers in uniforms here today, you are not just police officers in uniform. You are the very humans I'm talking about. You have that human spirit. You have the human family of your own. They are at stake, and you are at stake. And remember, as the crushing system of colonialism and capitalism comes hurtling towards my neck to suppress my voice, it will one day come for yours. So we saw this in the protesters in India, the farmers, when their government forced the police to brutalize them. What happened is those very officers took off their badge, took off their uniforms, recognizing they cannot beat their brothers and sisters. So we invite you to take off your badges, take off your uniforms, because you, as the human you, is in equal danger to us and as welcome and loved by us to be on these streets. And remember the other thing. This is a hard truth for those that believe in democracy. We do not have a functioning democracy. This democracy is fascist. This democracy is authoritarian. We are no longer in a democracy. There's so much evidence out there that this government is extracting wealth and power at a rapid speed in order to crush our voices. They're bringing out the police crime sentencing bill.
We know what the right-wing media are going to say because they're already saying it. They're already saying this is almost like treachery. How could anybody do something so unpatriotic at this moment of war where we need to drill and we need to frack? And I think it's understandable people are worried about that. People are very, anxious about, is this third world war? We face nuclear war now. What do we do? We can only understand that by looking back in history a little bit. Let's just remind ourselves of what happened after 9/11. And anyone who saw that, anyone who was witnessing those images, very natural human sympathy for some tragic, tragic human stories, and how quickly that became the war on terror. How quickly the rhetoric was, you're either with us or against us. This is the shock doctrine. This is the shock doctrine of exploiting moments of disorientation and confusion to force through radical corporate interests. It's the most anti-democratic doctrine that we've ever seen. It treats democracy and human agency as a problem that gets in the way of corporate interests. And we've seen it again and again. We've seen how with the fiscal crash in 2008, that became the moment when people were told we have no option but austerity. People so disorientated, they might have believed that. And we pull back all those social protections. We've seen it again with the pandemic, when we get all that rhetoric about Build Back Better, and we see that what actually happens is that our corrupt and dishonest governments line the pockets of their corporate friends. We've seen it with COVID schemes. We've seen it with the billions of bailouts for the carbon economy. And already we're seeing it again. Just a few months after all that grandstanding at COP26, we're hearing Boris Johnson saying we need to give ourselves a climate pass. We need to drill and frack our way out of trouble. And that is the agenda that is being pushed through right now. And the game is up because we're right on the precipice. We're approaching that critical line of 1.5 degrees. We know what that means, and so do governments. Incredible risks of multiple breadbasket failure and famine. That is what the peer-reviewed research says. Tropical regions of the world going to be uninhabitable. 40% of the world's population live there. And our own government in its net zero strategy says we risk a hothouse Earth. We risk losing control of the climate system for good. So if we allow the shock doctrine to dictate policy at this moment, we've lost everything. And the moment has gone. And if we don't come out and take to the streets and wake people up, our democracy is subverted. Our democracy is destroyed because there is no democratic mandate for this. There is no democratic mandate to destroy the conditions which make the planet habitable. So rebellion is the antidote to the shock doctrine, and that is what we have to do.
Build back in a much better way than what we've had before. We have to have a vision of not only what we're fighting against, but what we're fighting for.
If enough people are pushing for change, then change will come. And we are those people. And every single person counts.